বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দাসের করুণ করি ও বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দাসের করুণ করি ও বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দেশে করুণা করি দিয়া পদ ছায়া সদায় আমার দিয়া পদ ছায়া কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু बिंदु दिया जो कृष्ण नाम धने जो कृष्ण नाम धने कृपा करी सदा बिंदु दिया कृष्ण नाम धने कृष्ण नाम धने ओ वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर दासे करुणा करी ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমারও শক্তি আছে কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমারও শক্তি আছে কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমারও শক্তি আছে আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলি ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ধাই তব পাছে পাছে আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তো কাঙ্গাল ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দাসে করুণা করি ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দিয়া পদ ছায়া সুদয়ে আমার দিয়া পদ ছায়া সুদয়ে আমার তোমার চরণ ধরি তোমার চরণ ধরি ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দাসে করুণা করি ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দাসে করুণা করি ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो हे दास तृण प्रेक्षाहीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया गुरुदेव গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো হে দাসে তৃণ প্রেক্ষাহীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো হে দাসে তৃণ প্রেক্ষাহীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া সকল সহনে বল দিয়া করো সকল সহনে বল দিয়া করো সকল নিজ মানে পৃষ্ঠাহীন নিজ মানে পৃষ্ঠাহীন সকল সহনে বল দিয়া করো নিজ মানে পৃষ্ঠাহীন নিজ মানে পৃষ্ঠাহীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো হয়ে দাসে তৃণ প্রেক্ষাহীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো হে দাসে তৃণ প্রেক্ষাহীন সকল সম্মান করিতে শকতি দেহনাথ যথাযথ সকল সম্মান সকল সম্মান করিতে শকতি দেহনাথ যথাযথ তবে তো গাইব হরি নাম সুখে তবে তো গাইব হরি নাম সুখে অপরাধ হবে হত অপরাধ হবে হত তবে তো গাইব হরি নাম সুখে অপরাধ হবে হত অপরাধ হবে হত ও হে গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো হে দাসে তৃণ প্রেক্ষাহীন गुरुदेव
मेरा पोजीशन बराबर है ना
कबे हेन कृपा लोभियाए जन কীর্তার্থ হইবে না তো কবে হেন কৃপা কবে হেন কৃপা লোভিয়ায় জন কীর্তার্থ হইবে হতো শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতিহীন শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতিহীন কর্ম আত্মসাৎ কর্মরে আত্মসাৎ শক্তি বুদ্ধিহীন আমি অতি দীন কর্মরে আত্মসাৎ কর্মরে আত্মসাৎ গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো দাস তুম প্রেক্ষাতীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পায় তোমার করুণা সায় যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পায় যোগ্যতা বিচারে কিছু নাহি পায় তোমার করুণা সায় করুণা না হইলে করুণা না হইলে কাঁদিয়া কাঁদিয়া প্রাণ না রাখিব প্রাণ না রাখিব করুণা না হইলে কাঁদিয়া কাঁদিয়া প্রাণ না রাখিব প্রাণ না রাখিব গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো দাস তুম প্রেক্ষাতীন গুরুদেব কৃপা বিন্দু দিয়া করো দাস তুম প্রেক্ষাতীন গুরুদেব জয় গুরুদেবা গুরুদেবা জয়
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we'll welcome all the devotees for this wonderful event of Vyasa-puja celebrations of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. This celebration means a lot to us in various perspectives. They are great generals in the army of Srila Prabhupada's Sankirtan movement. Amongst these great generals are two great celebrated major generals, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. They have contributed together in this Hare Krishna land in service of Shri Shri Radha Rasbihari. And that's why also we every year annually come together to commemorate their great contributions. Also, there is another perspective in celebrating this Vyasa-puja together is their love and friendship, their bond of friendship. We want to also celebrate that bond of friendship together. That's why also we always have this wonderful event together. I remember Sridhar Maharaj had started it, that together we had once a Vyasa-puja, it may be 97, 98, I don't exactly remember the year, but that year we had it together, and since then we have been celebrating this together. And also and they have touched many Vaishnavas personally in their lives, not just Diksha disciples, but also Shiksha disciples. So we all together come to celebrate this wonderful event on their appearance day and remember their great contributions to Srila Prabhupada's service and also in our own personal lives. To begin with this celebration, I would like to call upon Navdeep Chandra Prabhu to start with the meaning of the Vyasa-puja. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. The meaning of Vyasa-puja. Vyasa-puja is a festival of gratitude. While the word gratitude feels insufficient when we talk about the level of indebtedness we feel towards Srila Prabhupada, it may be the best the English language has to offer. In common parlance, people say they are grateful for so many inconsequential acts of kindness. In comparison, the gift Srila Prabhupada has given us is unfathomable, and we strive to honor that gift with our deepest gratitude every day, but especially on the day of Vyasa-puja. In the world today, gratitude is understood to be a greatly desirable mindset. The Harvard Medical School writes, "Gratitude helps people feel more positive emotions, relish good experiences, improve their health, deal with adversity, and build strong relationships." But the Harvard Medical School misses one key point when it comes to the gratitude we feel towards Srila Prabhupada. The pain in the heart we feel, especially on Vyasa-puja day, since we know that no amount of gratitude is adequate to reciprocate the absolute mercy he has shown us. An excerpt from a poem by Kalakant Prabhu that appeared in the February of 1996 issue of Back to Godhead magazine gives some glimpse into what Srila Prabhupada did for us. He said, "You could have stayed in Vrindavan, where chanting is most sweet, or moved to holy Navadvip in spiritual retreat. Your godbrothers had temples there with room enough for you to sit and preach each Gaur Purnima to a guest or two. You could have said, 'It's Krishna's will, my visa was denied. I may have failed, but now I know at least that I have tried.' Your patron said you'd die abroad. Your godbrother just scoffed. You could have said, 'Who'll meet the boat and guide me safely off?' You could have had one look at us and said, 'What have I done?' and caught the next boat heading home, unblamed by anyone. The Westerners could have said, 'Can go to hell and stay.' Who would have disagreed with you? We were well on our way. Instead, you laid your final years like flowers at Krishna's feet. Your Guru's smile, your hidden guide, the Thakur's vision in reach." So how eternally grateful we are that Srila Prabhupada tolerated such unimaginable difficulties to give us the opportunity of devotional service. Another word that is frequently used on a Vyasa-puja day is indebted or indebtedness. According to the Veda base, the word indebted or indebtedness is used 157 times by Srila Prabhupada in his writings and talks. This mood of indebtedness is in our Sampradaya's DNA, and it starts with Lord Krishna himself. When I was away from Draupadi, she cried with the words, "Hey Govinda." This call for me has put me in her debt, and that indebtedness is gradually increasing in my heart. From the Nectar of Devotion, chapter 21, Qualities of Krishna. Often the word is used to express a devotee's indebtedness to Krishna. Uddhava says to him, "O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with prolonged lifetime of Brahma." And of course, the word is used to describe the disciples' relationship with their spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada wrote to Mantrini Devi Dasi in July of 1976, "It is not possible for the disciple to repay the debt to the spiritual master. Therefore, the disciple remains eternally indebted to the spiritual master and continually works in such a way that the spiritual master may become pleased upon him for such sincere services rendered. On the Vyasa-puja day, we get the opportunity to focus on our gratitude and indebtedness. We may be exhausted from the Janmashtami celebrations the day and night before, but we push ourselves to attend and be fully present, as Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa-puja day is a must celebration for all his followers. Naturally, we will do our best to bring out the sincerest side of ourselves this day. Since Srila Prabhupada had to teach us everything from scratch, that naturally included how to properly honor him on this day. In Japan in 1970, Srila Prabhupada arrived at the noon in temple for his Vyasa-puja celebration, but the standard preparations had not been done. There were no flowers or offering of prasadam, and while there were several sannyasis present, a junior grihastha was offering arati. Srila Prabhupada reprimanded the devotees present and then instructed them on the proper way to observe Vyasa-puja, including offering flowers 3 times, a senior devotee's offering arti, and a special feast. He allowed the devotees to rectify their mistake by redoing Vyasa-puja the next day. On another Vyasa-puja, Srila Prabhupada noticed 3 of his senior disciples leaving the room during the offering of flowers, Pushpanjali. He was displeased and said so. In contrast, when Vyasa-puja was done nicely, Prabhupada expressed satisfaction. I am so glad to hear how Janmashtami and Vyasa-puja were celebrated so successfully there in New Vrindavan. Clearly, it is important to perform the Vyasa-puja ceremony properly, with full attention and devotion. Finally, and most importantly, we recall the famous line in Srila Prabhupada's 1961 offering at his Guru Maharaj's Vyasa-puja. A festival of flowers and fruits is not the real worship. One who serves the Guru's message really worships him. This then is the ultimate meaning of Vyasa-puja, to serve Srila Prabhupada's message on Vyasa-puja day as well as every other day of the year with sincere surrender and love. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, for wonderfully giving us the explanation for the meaning of Vyasa-puja. And now I will call upon Jayashri Mataji and Shobha Radha Mataji. They will speak His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj's offering to Srila Prabhupada.
यहाँ लाइट बहुत डिम है ना. The light is very dim. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble, prostrated obeisances at your all merciful lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. When an interviewer once asked you, what is the goal of life? You replied, the goal of life is to enjoy. The effort to enjoy materially through the mind and senses leads only to frustration and misery. But spiritually, one can enjoy in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that pleasure, unlike the temporary so-called happiness of the material world, is eternal, and that eternal happiness can be realized through the mercy of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. And you, Nitya means eternal, and Ananda means bliss. So if we can come in touch with Lord Nityananda, through you, we can realize that eternal bliss for which we are hankering. How do we become eligible for your and Lord Nityananda's mercy? We can learn how from the description of his qualities and pastimes in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Leela, chapter 17, the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya in his youth. Text 17. Tabe sachide kila Rama Krishna Duibai, tabe nistarila Prabhu Jagai Matai. Translation. Thereafter, Mother Sachidevi saw the brothers Krishna and Balaram in their manifestation of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda. Then the Lord delivered the two brothers, Jagai and Madai. In your purport, you write, Jagai and Madai were two brothers born in Navadvipa in a respectable Brahmana family who later became addicted to all kinds of sinful activities. By the order of Lord Chaitanya, both Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur used to preach the cult of Krishna consciousness door to door. In the course of such preaching, they found Jagai and Madai, two maddened drunken brothers who, upon seeing them, began to chase them. The next day, Madai struck Nityananda Prabhu on the head with a piece of earthen pot, thus drawing blood. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard of this, he immediately came to the spot, ready to punish both brothers. But when the all-merciful Lord Gauranga saw Jagai's repentant behavior, he immediately embraced him. By seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face and embracing him, both the sinful brothers were at once cleansed. Thus they received initiation into the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra from the Lord and were delivered.
Hare Krishna. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur to go into Navadip to approach whomever they met on the way and to go door to door and request people to chant the name of Krishna, to worship Krishna, to follow Krishna's instructions. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Karo Krishna Shiksha, and not to distinguish between who was qualified and who was not. And you, Srila Prabhupada, preached in that mood. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was ready to kill Jagai and Madai because the latter had physically injured Nityananda, the all-merciful Nityananda Prabhu said, "No, Lord, don't do that. Don't harm them. In Kali Yuga, our mission is not to kill the demons, but to deliver them. And in Kali Yuga, almost everyone is like Jagai and Madai." In a conversation on June 11, 1975 in Honolulu, you said, "This is a good certificate we have got from some very authoritative person that we are turning these drug-addicted hippies into servants of Krishna and humanity. Is it not a good certificate?" "Yes, it's true. We were all hippies," Govinda Das responded. And you replied, chuckling, "This is a fact. And I came to America for this purpose. Papi tapi jato chilo, Hare Nama uradilo, Tara Shiksha Jagai Madai, Hare Nama uradilo." Simply by chanting Hare Krishna mantra, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu delivered all sinful men, suffering humanity. Is it true? What is the evidence? Tara Sakshi Jagai Madai. Just see, Jagai and Madai was drunkard. So I thought, why one Jagai and Madai? Why not hundreds and thousands of them? If Harinam has got so much power. So actually, it is done so. Now you also take it very seriously. Papi tapi jata chila Hari name udarilo. Papi means sinful and tapi means suffering. So these two classes of men are there all over the world, sinful and suffering. As soon as one becomes sinful, he will suffer. So all these sinful and suffering beings were delivered simply by the method of Sankirtana. Harinama udarilo. Tara Sakshi Jagai Madai. People would actually see Jagai and Madai, what they were and what they have become. Try to administer this. In your purport to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 1665, you write, Jagai and Madai were delivered solely by Nityananda Prabhu's mercy. When they injured Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Chaitanya became angry and decided to kill them with his Sudarshana Chakra. But Nityananda Prabhu saved them from the Lord's wrath and delivered them. In the incarnation of Gaur Nitai, the Lord is not supposed to kill demons, but is supposed to deliver them by preaching Krishna consciousness. In the case of Jagai and Madai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so angry that he would have immediately killed them. But Nityananda Prabhu was so kind that he not only saved them from death, but elevated them to the transcendental position. Thus, what was not possible for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was carried out by Nityananda Prabhu. Similarly, if one is true to Gaur Nitai's service in the disciplic succession, he can even excel Nityananda Prabhu's service. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for reading out that wonderful offering. It's a quite a long offering, and we have that Vyasa-puja book in our library. So anybody who has to read it completely, they can go to the library and read it themselves. Now I will call upon Malti Mataji. She will read upon the offering of His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Sridhar Swami Niti Namine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Deshatarine. This is Guru Maharaja's offering to Srila Prabhupada, dated 19th August 1995. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept this most fallen soul as your servant. I have no qualification to glorify a great soul like you. When I first became your disciple, at least formally, very few people recognized your greatness. Now there are many, and some will even admit that you are empowered. Shakti Avesha, Jiva incarnation of Lord Krishna. Krishna Shakti Vina Nahi Tara Pravartana. I am confident that someday, perhaps sooner than we know, you will be glorified as the most important spiritual personality in this golden period of Kali Yuga, besides Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. Your preaching is expanding everywhere, and it is only natural that as people get relief from their suffering by following your instructions, that will want to glorify you. However, I am embarrassed to say that I find this most auspicious day of your Vyasa-puja awkward. I am never satisfied with any of my attempts to praise you. Your achievements are so numerous. In Bombay, on your Vyasa-puja day, we place an advertisement in a newspaper with a new long list of some of your well-known contributions. I could repeat them here for others to read. I could take one of them and try to focus on it more and more. However, I think I will just offer something from my heart, and I pray you will accept it. It is not exactly direct glorification of you, but is my meditation on how I want to serve you. The most mystical manifestation of your mercy and potency is how you have captured the hearts of so many educated young men and women around the world and engaged them in Lord Chaitanya's mission. I also want to be one of those fortunate souls. I want to be effective in my insignificant attempt to serve you. And therefore, I have written down my personal mission statement. I try to review and improve it regularly. Srila Prabhupada, I am feeling great pain and separation from you. You are so kind, merciful, and loving towards your devotees. Please bless me that I may fulfill my mission in life to become your servant. My mission is to serve my spiritual master, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, with all my heart and soul. He saved me from drowning in the darkness of ignorance in this miserable material world. He brought the torchlight of knowledge that devotional service to Lord Krishna, the absolute truth, the personality of Godhead, is the highest goal of human life. I was forced to open my eyes. To achieve this goal has now become my only reason for living. Out of a great sense of debt for His having shown me the path, I want to become a sharp instrument to be used by Srila Prabhupada in his mission of flooding the world with love of Krishna. I will strive to achieve excellence in all my activities, eternal and temporal. I will struggle to rise above my lower animal nature, my conditioning of the lowest of birth, and my lack of cultural training. I will strive to become a perfect gentleman, as Srila Prabhupada desired of all his disciples. I will study his books regularly and thoroughly. I will do my best to follow his teachings perfectly and teach others with whom I come in contact according to my own level of realization. I will be forever loyal to his ISKCON, being always positive and ready to help in its development. I will be proactive as a preacher, teacher, facilitator, leader, and spiritual master, servant. I will always be ready to, as Srila Prabhupada put it, do the needful, curbing down my false ego, which may act as an obstacle. I will meditate upon and try to imbibe the 26 qualities of a pure devotee. I will manage my time to be always active in quadrant 2, activities of devotional service. I will not over-endeavor, but I will strive for quality in my work and relationships. I will constantly on guard against committing offenses to other Vaishnavas. Having realized that in previous years of association with devotees, I must have committed so many offenses due to my gross and careless nature, I will sincerely try to recognize those offenses, beg forgiveness from those whom I have offended, and atone for these offenses as best I can. I will continually evaluate my progress, getting input from my peers. Despite all obstacles, personal and incidental, I will cease from struggling to improve my character and obtain his mercy, to be finally accepted by Srila Prabhupada as his humble servant. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I'm praying by that writing down and focusing on my mission statement. I will be able to glorify you by doing something for you. I know I will have to personally struggle hard to be successful, but statistics have shown this method very effective in the material realm. Perhaps your Markin Bhagavata Dharma was on one of your mission statements. Your servant, Sridhar Swami.
Thank you, Malti. So next, I will call upon Nitai Prabhu. Nitai Padkamal Prabhu has been, rendering great service, prasadam distribution in Food for Life department for many, many years. And he has had a wonderful association of both the Maharajas and their guidance. So I would call upon Nitai Padkamal Prabhu that he can share his wonderful association which he had. Hare Krishna.
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपदाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी प्रभुपाद। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपदाय भूतले गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज और श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज की जय। मैं सबसे पहले गिरिराज महाराज को बहुत ही डरता था जाने के लिए। कोई तरह के कोई बुलाए, कोई तरह की बातचीत कर रहे, पर हम सोचते थे कैसे बातचीत करेंगे, बहुत डर लगती थी। महाराज कोई शब्द कह देंगे तो मुश्किल है। उस समय गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज ने एक इंट्रोडक्शन दिया, उस समय से बाद में डर खत्म हो गया हमारे दिल से कि अभी कोई बात नहीं है। तो एक बार मंगला आरती हो रही थी, तुलसी आरती। तुलसी आरती में हाथ पकड़ के महाराज पीछे परिक्रमा में ले गए परिक्रमा में ले जाने के बाद में पूछा कि 5 मेंबर बनाए तो क्या बोला था, तो वो 5 मेंबर बन गए। मैं तो फिर महाराज ने फिर शाबाशी दी और बोला। इसी तरह से हिम्मत बढ़ गई और ये कलेक्शन मात्र डिसाइड हुआ। तो एक बार क्या हुआ, एक सेठ ने बहुत परीक्षा ली, तो एक हमारा पार्टनर था, पार्टनर ने कहा कि एक मेंबर बन गया। तो एक मेंबर बन जाने से बहुत बड़ी बात होती थी उस समय। तो वो छिपाया दूसरे भक्तों से। तो महाराज को पूछा कि आपको फार्म मिला मेरा, और उसमें नाम किसी का नहीं मेंशन किया था कि गिरिराज स्वामी का नाम है। तो भक्त ने कहा कि वो तो एक मेंबर बन गया, बहुत बड़ी बात है, अच्छी बात। तो गिरिराज स्वामी को फोन किया उनने, बोले मेरा फार्म मिला कि नहीं? बोले नहीं। ने महाराज को उस समय दूसरे दिन इनवाइट था उन सेठ के पास। तो इनवाइट के अंदर फिर बोलने आया वो पार्टनर मुझे, वो तो महाराज का था, अभी मालूम नहीं तो क्या बोलेंगे। डरते डरते वो भी गया महाराज के पास कि बिना कहीं ले लिया है, और नाम किसी का मेंशन नहीं था, इसलिए गलती भी उसकी तरह से नहीं थी। तो महाराज को उस समय 2 लाख रुपए दिए थे एक दिन में। 2 लाख बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो हमने सोचा कि यार बने। तो महाराज ने पूछा आप जा सकते हो कि आज मेंबर बनाया, कल जाने के लिए उससे डोनेशन वापिस मांगने के लिए? नहीं जा सकते। नहीं जाने से फिर बन नहीं आएगी। महाराज ने फिर बुलाया ऑफिस में, ने फिर बोला कि आप हिम्मत करो, जाओ तो सही कम से कम। तो मैं कुछ तो बोलेगा हम जाके उससे। तो गिरिराज स्वामी ने दूसरे दिन बुलाया प्रसाद के लिए, और 2 लाख रुपए दिया। 2 लाख रुपए बहुत बड़ी बात थी उस समय। जो अभी हम तो अभी 10 लाख रुपए मांग सकते हैं, इतनी हिम्मत आ गई है महाराज के आशीर्वाद से। पर नहीं मांगा महाराज। मैंने कहा महाराज गए 2 लाख रुपए लाए हैं, इतने बड़े पद पे रह के। उनने हमारे सबको मीटिंग भी लाई कि चलो कौन ला सकता है। सबने ना कह दिया। तो महाराज धन्यवाद इसके लिए, प्रभुपाद के लिए आपने सेवा किया। ओ ये बात गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज भी जानते थे उस आदमी को कि वो उसने 2 लाख रुपए दिए। तो बाद में क्या हुआ, वो लेदर मतलब एक रजिस्टर होता था जिसमें पैसे लिखे रहते थे। बार बार वो रजिस्टर को देखते थे। क्या बात है इस बार? तो बोले और उससे बढ़ के कोई ने दिया है क्या, और ऐसा पूछते थे। तो मेरे महाराज खाली मेहनत कर रहे हैं, नहीं दिया है, यही 2 लाख रुपए है। गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज बोले तुम जाओ तो सही उसके पास। मैंने कि इतनी हिम्मत तो नहीं है हमारे पास वापस जाने की। उस समय बहुत बड़ी बात थी। तो बाद में गए हिम्मत बांधते हैं, तो उसने कहा मैं सोचूंगा नेक्स्ट वीक में। दिया है बाद में। तो ये प्रचार का साधन गिरिराज महाराज जी कर रहे थे। उनका एक असिस्टेंट था जिसका नाम था तुलसीदास। महाराज 10 बजे के रेडी होते थे, बैग लेके तुलसीदास को खड़ा रखते थे, लेके आओ। जब भी हम भी तैयार थे। महाराज इतनी जो टाइम पे फिर वापस शाम को यहाँ आने का और टाइम पे आरती में आने का। तो बार बार पूछते थे कि आप ऐसे आ सकते हैं क्या, जा सकते हैं। तो ये कलेक्शन का मामला जो गिरिराज स्वामी हमें सिखाया है, बहुत अच्छी बात है। और इस तरह धीरे धीरे हमारी हिम्मत बढ़ गई और कलेक्शन के ऊपर तैयार है। और श्री ये फुलफुल लाइफ की बात है। श्रीधर स्वामी एक बार परीक्षा लिया है, तुम जाओ और मस्जिद बंदर में कुछ मांग के लाओ, और कल 11,000 आदमी को प्रसाद खिलाना है। 11,000 आदमी उस समय बहुत बड़ी बात थी। तो मुझे हम भी गए। एक व्यापारी मिला, नीताई बाबू कहाँ जा रहे हैं? मैंने थोड़ा काम है मेरा, बहुत। क्या काम है? मेरे बहुत बड़ा काम है, हम कल 11,000 आदमी को प्रसाद खिलाएगा और महाराज ने बोला है कि कुछ डोनेशन मांग के लाओ। तो दोबारा हम गए उसके पास, वो व्यापारी ने बिठाया हमारे को, जाओ ये कोल्ड ड्रिंक लेके आओ, एक और ठंडे पियो, ऐसा करते रहा। मैंने कहा, बार बार बोलता हूँ मैं कि मेरी गाड़ी कहाँ है और कहाँ लेके गए आप? तो श्रीधर स्वामी फोन करते रहे कि क्या हुआ नीताई? मैंने देखो परीक्षा करेंगे और धीरे से पूछेंगे। उसके बाद मैं महाराज गाड़ी लेके गया और ट्रैफिक बहुत है, भीड़ भी बहुत है। उस गाड़ी में उसको का जो चाहिए उनको लिस्ट में लिखा है वो सब दे दो। मैंने कहा बहुत बड़ी। अब बाद में सब चीज लिख दिया। बार बार पूछो, कोई उसमें से एक झुंड 5-6 का वो आया हमारा। तो मैं जब से समझा कि ये शायद सबको देता है, तो हम खुद ही रहे। तो महाराज वो बोले महाराज कमल देना। वे कल तो लेके गए थे, आज क्या है कि कमल मांग रहे हैं? बार बार कमल मांग रहे हैं। मैं आज अनाज के लिए बैठा हूँ। तो चुपचाप उसको कम्बल बोले खाना खा लो, एक चिट्ठी दे दिया और जाओ वहाँ पे खा लो, अब मांगना नहीं अभी। तो इस तरह से मैं सोचा ये साधु सबकी सेवा करता है, तो हमारे लालच लग गई कि अभी बार बार जाएंगे उसके बाद अच्छा रहेगा। दोबारा उनने कहने के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात रही, और 2 बार बोला, 3 बार बोला। और श्रीधर स्वामी का भी फोन आ रहा है, कल क्या करेंगे? मेरे महाराज से आपकी दया से सब कुछ आ गया फ्री, कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो वो कौन आदमी था वो, मुझे बताओ। तो मैंने महाराज वो ऐसे चलते मिलते मिला और बोले तुम्हारा क्या काम है? उसका एक कार्ड बनाना था खाली, तुम्हारा वो कार्ड बना के दिया। बोले लाओ मैं बना दूंगा। श्रीधर स्वामी को बोला कि पूरा फ्री में सामान मिला है। बोला अच्छा है, बहुत धन्यवाद, उसको बुलाओ मंदिर के अंदर कभी कभी। तो वो बुलाते रहा। वो एक आदमी उस समय ये पर्दा होता ना, उसके पीछे आके छिप गया। तो मैंने कहा ये कौन छिपा है, बाहर आओ थोड़ा। तो निताई बाबू मैं हूँ, मेरे पास तो 50 रुपये भी नहीं है। वो इतना दानी देने वाला आदमी, 50 रुपये नहीं था। चुपचाप निकाला उसको, बाहर आया। मेरे पास 50 रुपये नहीं है बाबूजी। मैंने चलो हम महाराज को कहेंगे आपसे रिक्वेस्ट, आपने इतना दान दिया है तो दे। तो ठीक है, दिया। महाराज को धन्यवाद बोला, ने उनने कहा कि मेरे को ये सेवा करने का मौका मिला है, बहुत धन्यवाद। इस तरह से हम मतलब उसे प्रचार में आगे बढ़े और आज भगवान की दया है। गिरिराज महाराज की हरि बोल। ठीक है महाराज, हरि बोल।
Hare Krishna.
My dear devotees on Zoom, I request you as far as possible to put on your cameras so we can see your moon-like faces and it will be more personal.
On behalf of ISKCON Juhu, Mumbai, we extend a warmest welcome to His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. On behalf of the devotees, we'd like to offer the garland to His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. First, we will offer it online to him and then to the photograph. The year 2022 is an important year, a milestone in ISKCON Juhu, Mumbai. In 1972, earlier in the 1972, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj was appointed as the temple president of ISKCON Bombay by Prabhupada himself. And this is the Golden Jubilee. In British terminology, 50th anniversary is the Golden Jubilee. And also, just before Janmashtami of 1972, on the eve of Janmashtami, Sri Sri Radha Ras Bihari Ji was moved to the semi-permanent temple, the shed, the famous shed, which was attempted to be demolished by the municipal corporation, and it was made up later, and Sri Radha Rasbihari stayed. So Radha Rasbihari also moved in, and it is also Golden Jubilee for Radha Rasbihari in that semi-permanent temple. And this year happens to be the 75th birth anniversary of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, and it is also a milestone here. And we would have liked Maharaj to have personally be present, but Maharaj is present with us online and present with us in spirit, and we will look forward for his personal present very soon, just a month away from now. And the 70th anniversary, coincidentally, also the India is celebrating the 70th anniversary of the independence actually. Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, they call it Amrit Mahotsav, Amrit. So actually, the real Amrit is Krishna Katha. The real Amrit is the instructions coming from Srila Prabhupada, which are timeless instructions actually. And His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj is treasure house of all those instructions of Srila Prabhupada for ISKCON Bombay, Sri Sri Radha Ras Bihari Mandir. So we are very fortunate to have Maharaj. He has presented us the first installment of that Amrit in the form of the Juhu story, and Maharaj continues to be going to present us with the upcoming books, more instruction of Srila Prabhupada. So we are very, very thankful to His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj to have joined us and giving us the online association. And with that, we all welcome once again His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj by chanting the holy names. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Welcome Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. So I would like to just brief upon Guru Maharaj. After the darshan of Shri Shri Radharaj Beri in the temple hall, we brought you all here, and then all the devotees are continuing with our routine of Vyasa-puja. First we had the meaning of Vyasa-puja, then we read out your offering to Srila Prabhupada and His Holiness Sridhar Swami's offering to Srila Prabhupada, and the first person to give his offering was Nitai Pad Kamal Prabhu. So Guru Maharaj, would we continue the same, or would you like to speak?
No, you continue.
Okay. So online we have Bhima, His Grace Bhima Prabhu and Her Grace Jalatala Mataji. They are in US right now and they are online with us. So they would like to speak right now. Bhima Prabhu and Jalatala Mataji had personal association of Maharaj and been serving in Radharaj Beri temple since many years. So we'd like to call upon His Grace Bhima Prabhu and Her Grace Jalatala Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, I don't have the camera on because my Wi-Fi connection is not so good, so I just don't have it on. Om Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Jaina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So the Guru is considered Ashray Vigraha. Ashray Vigraha means the personality of servitor Godhead, the supreme personality of servitor Godhead. And in order to become Krishna conscious, one has to take shelter of the Ashray Vigraha. These two senior God brothers, sannyasi God brothers, always set a very nice example of surrender to Srila Prabhupada. And they always were an example and a mentor for me on how to render service to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Rupa Goswami says that one has to take shelter of the Guru. Guru Pad Ashraya. Again, the word shelter, Ashraya comes, shelter. We need shelter. And these two devotees definitely are fit to give shelter. They're fit to give shelter to me and to anyone who wants to be sheltered from the material life. They set such nice examples that still I'm trying to follow their examples today. I remember Giriraj Swami would come back from preaching all day, and in the evening, everyone else had already taken prasadam. He would come to the prasadam hall and sit down on the floor. They would give him a plate of rice and sambar. He liked rice and sambar with popper. And you break his popper and in the sambar and eat it with great relish. Although he's from a very aristocratic, wealthy family in America, graduate from Cornell University, cum laude, still he was sitting with us on the floor, eating his popper, sambar, and rice. So this simplicity in the service of Srila Prabhupada, it gave me the impetus to dedicate myself to this mission as he had. And so we thank him for his continued association all these years. And we pray that we may many, many more years have his association. And with Sridhar Swami, although we don't have his physical association, every time I pass through the first floor on the hall of the guest house, I stop by his memorial and I watch a video of Sridhar Swami, and I realize how much we miss him. He was one of the wonderful devotees that we had an opportunity to have association with. And still, that memorial is very nice because there's videos of him and some of his personal items. And it always reminds me of Sridhar Swami and the wonderful times we had together in Hare Krishna land. Sometimes it was rough weather and sometimes it was smooth weather, but it was always pleasure. So I on this auspicious day of their Vyasa-pujas, I beg for their mercy, and they should, of course, they've shown me a lot of mercy in the past, and they should continue to show me mercy so that I can do something to please Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Yes, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare-
Should Jalatala say something? Here, it's about 12 o'clock at night here. Should Jalatala say something?
If she's willing and able.
Thank you, Maharaj. See?
Go ahead.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
All goes to Srila Prabhupada.
Jai.
Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisheshka Shunnavadi Pasyat Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhasya Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha Patitanam Papunebha Vaishnavyapan. On this auspicious day of Giriraj Maharaj, I pay my humble obeisance to him. Giriraj Maharaj did lots of seva in Bombay Temple, Radha Rasbihari, and he got lots of mercy, and he should bless us, his mercy to us, so we can do same seva for Radha Rasbihari. One time, Giriraj Maharaj came to Popa's Vyasa-puja day on Popa's quarter, and I made many different kind of preparation for Srila Prabhupada Vyasa-puja. So we served Giriraj Maharaj and other devotees there, and he ate that prasadam. I got opportunity to serve him, and I know he likes different Indian prasadam. So Maharaj was happy to see us. Just few years ago, Maharaj came to India, and I was making garland to Radha Rasbihari, and I always make one garland for Giriraj, our Salagam Shila Giriraj. So Maharaj came to temple, and I told Maharaj, talk with him, how are you? After a long time, you came to India, and we are very happy to see you. And then we talked about doctor, and he said, my doctor also America, and he put dhoti and he gave him medicine and this, that, and I talked something like that. Then I told him, Maharaj, I offer every day Giriraj the garland. Today your opportunity to offer garland to Giriraj. So I had a spray bottle. I say, here, I have a habit to hand wash. So I say, here is the hand wash. You can hand wash and then you take the garland, give to Pujari, he will give it to Giriraj. So he said, oh, thank you. So I was opportunity to offer Maharaj to give the garland to spiritual Giriraj. So Maharaj was happy and I was happy to give him. So Maharaj is so merciful that when he was take care of temple as a president, he took care of the temple. I never came to Bombay, but before I got married, I was in Calcutta. I was Radha Govinda's temple was serving. But somebody told me she came to Bombay. She said Bombay is the big temple and prasadam, nice hot prasad and this, that. Then one of the devotees said, that they said, if you don't do seva, pick or pack, that Maharaj idea. So pick means you take Krishna consciousness and pack means if you can do Krishna consciousness, you go. So Maharaj that was nice. I still remember one lady and her husband came and sit down. And that was nice. How Maharaj, how he served Srila Prabhupada, we can even imagine. Today, so much money goes this way, that way. But Maharaj took care Srila Prabhupada's money very cautiously. That's the benefit of the ISKCON temple is still we are sitting. Because this is Prabhupada's blood and we should not finish Prabhupada's money like that. And we should be very cautious. For their service, today we are in the temple still. So Maharaj took care of Prabhupada's money and his devotional service took care. And he should give us same blessings how he took care. So we should pray to him his auspicious day that he should give us blessings so we can do same way. Book distribution, prasad distribution, anything we can do, all his mercy, all the Vaishnav's mercy, and Sri Radharasi's mercy. So thank you, Giriraj Maharaj, for your blessings to us. And same thing, Siddhar Maharaj, when he was came to Calcutta temple, I think was 75, after Gargamuni left. Gargamuni was there, he was living. But Siddhar Maharaj came, but they all look same. So I went to the temple and I thought he is his own brother. So looked same almost. So Gargamuni Maharaj took me, I was in the Calcutta temple's baranda and Maharaj got me and he said, Siddhar Maharaj got me and he was preaching me. I was young and I used to stay in the house and not in the temple. Prabhupada comes, I am in the temples serving Prabhupada. Otherwise I come from the house and serve temple. So Siddhar Maharaj was preaching me, why not you join the temple? But I said, no, Maharaj, I'm in the school and my parents, they don't, before you get married, you can stay, ladies can go stay in the temple like that. But Prabhupada's come, I stay a few days and go. So Maharaj was preaching me the scientist and the a scientist and the boardman. He was preaching that story. So anyway, so Siddhar Maharaj was always laugh and joke and this, that. When I came to Bombay, Siddhar Maharaj was there and he was very kind and he came many times to our house and he also gave us one pen as a gift in marriage. So one day I was coming from that very expensive, those days $100, that golden pen. So I was coming from the temple those days after Mangalarti down to go our house back. So Maharaj told me, hey Jaladala, give me my pen, I have to write down something. But I said, I don't want it to give. I thought, wow, that's golden pen. And he gave the gift, I have to see. So I told, I just laughed. I said, I don't know where it is like that. And Mara said, I know that mean. So like that. But anyway, I kept that pen long time. And unfortunately, Prabhuji kept in his 106 room, and we went to Mayapur or I don't know where, South India or wherever. And when we came back, that golden pen is gone. So I should have, now I'm thinking I should have given it to him because I don't want to give because his gift. No, I can show other people like that. So Maharaj was always a joke and devotees. The Maharaj was always Hare Krishna land, all the kids he used to like and joke and this, that. So one time in Mayapur, he was sick and he came just by ambulance, and then we went to see him, and the Maharaj said, Maharaj told my husband, can you tell Jalatala to cook something? So I said, okay. Then I was bringing for him the prasadam. So Maharaj said, if there was two brahmachari was there. One was two foreign brahmachari was. One was named Mayapur, another was Adbhuta Hari. So these two people are my assistant. If they don't wanted to let me eat, I'll go in the bathroom and eat. So when I was going to nighttime with my husband to my own house in Mayapur, so Jayapada Maharaj said something, was telling how he was talking about Siddhar Maharaj, how to get his bait and this, that, so he could be nicely lie down and get up. So he was talking, then I told Jayapada Maharaj, tomorrow Maharaj said I have to cook something. So I'll bring for him on tiffin. So Maharaj said, okay, bring me too. So next day I made something for Jayapada Maharaj and Siddha Maharaj I was bringing. On the way, Shubha Maharaj was coming back from the Ganges, and he said, where you are going afternoon now to tiffin with? So I said, Maharaj, Siddhar Maharaj wants some prasadam, and Jayapada Maharaj made me on the road, and he said, I want two. So I'm bringing one for Jayapada Maharaj, one for Siddhar Maharaj. So then I gave to Adbhuthari, and Maharaj ate prasadam, and Siddhar Maharaj got the prasad. And I told Subhag Maharaj, when you come to Bombay, I'll cook for you too. So because we have to go after 2 days, 3 days back to Bombay. So like that. So Maharaj was, even though he was sick, he's still laughing, joking, and he was so Krishna conscious, Siddha Maharaj, you can't even believe. When we get sick or something, we always after thinking about our own life. But he was thinking about Krishna and he's joking with the devotees and like nothing happened. So on this auspicious day, I pray my humble obeisance both of his lotus feet, that we can get their mercy, so we can do our spiritual life same way they took care of Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. Hare Krishna. All goes to Srila Siddhar Maharaj, all goes to Srila Giriraj Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Very nice. Jalatala Mataji is actually related to Srila Prabhupada. Can you explain how you are related to him?
Maharaj, I was my father's mother and Srila Prabhupada's mother, they are two sisters.
Wow. Second cousin. Okay. Well, thank you for your wonderful offering.
Uncle. So my father became nephew and I became grandniece. That way our Srila Prabhupada used to come our house when my grandfather had lots of land in Calcutta, and he used to come, and he has an orchard in nearby our house. I mean, by bus maybe 20. Those days mostly nobody has car, so by bus like 25 minutes away. And they had an orchard, all those tree, coconut, jackfruit, these so many mango. So my Prabhupada used to come and he used to go there. My Punoda is my grandfather's name. And so he used to enjoy with him, and like that they enjoyed. And my father, when Prabhupada was in Allahabad, he used to go with his brother and enjoy there. And Prabhupada had his bicycle, and they were kids, they used to go play here, there. So like that. Yeah, that was the family relationship. Actually, jackfruit tree is still today, and in nearby our house, only 2 minutes away. My grandfather's, where I born, there is his auntie's house, and jackfruit tree, his uncle's house. And when Prabhupada was young, he born in underneath the jackfruit tree. Still today the jackfruit tree is there. My father said when they were young, the jackfruit used to give, and then jackfruit never gave again. When we are young, never saw jackfruit. But when Prabhupada passed away, 1977, that time the jackfruit came, few jackfruit came, like 7, 8 jackfruit came. And we had told my father, look at the jackfruit came. And we used to pass by our school. We have to go, my father, myself, sisters, all used to go by his jackfruit trees, pass by. So when the jackfruit saw, we told my father that, look at so many jackfruit. He said, yeah, this time. And this is the second time jackfruit came when this year. And we went just now, last year we went to, my husband and myself went to see the jackfruit tree. They have took nicely take care. And by the time Prabhuji did the artik there, and I was there too. But can't even believe there was so much sun, I couldn't even tolerate. And when I went inside and I was on the road, and then when we crossed the road inside, all of a sudden heavy rain came, heavy rain. Then we waited, and then we wanted to see Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur place, Ultodanga, but was too much rain and muddy, so we said we will come next time to Mayapur. So then we went back to Mayapur. So that's was. And we have also Madan Mohan temple. Our temple, Prabhupada saw when he was childhood, he's opposite the house as a pond. But now so many people, took it that pond never can see. But we have a Madan Mohan temple there. That Madan Mohan temple is very old temple, almost like 200-300 years old now. So we went to see Madan Mohan, a very beautiful temple. Is Madan Mohan with black stone, and Radharani is the brass. So if you one time come and see, you will be happy to show everything there. Very nice temple.
Right.
So, all goes to Prabhu. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, His Grace Bhima Prabhu and Her Grace Jalatala Mataji, for sharing those wonderful moments with all of us. I would also like to read upon Haridas Prabhu. He has sent some note for Guru Maharaj. So I would like to read upon it. Haridas Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada's disciple, ITV in charge. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances and all blessings of Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. Today in your birthday, happy Vyasa-puja day. Today, ISKCON Juhu devotees are celebrating Vyasa-puja as usual. I offer flower for you. Keep and hope good health. Hope see you again. Haridas Prabhu.
Sorry.
Now I would like to call upon Krishnananda Prabhu. Actually, Krishnananda Prabhu is a very senior devotee amongst ourselves. He has been in this movement since 1976. He also came in that second bundle program which we had here in Mumbai. And His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj personally has preached to him. And His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj and Bhima Prabhu wanted him to be always here in this temple. So I would call upon Krishnanand Prabhu that he please come and offer his homages.
Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Giriraj Swami Niti Namine. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Sridhar Swami Niti Namine. Hare Krishna. When I was a young student in school, at the age of 15, my house very close to Radha Rasbihari temple in Santa Cruz. So I was kind of interested in spiritual books. So I was sometimes visiting Ramakrishna Mission in Khar, Chinmaya Mission, and then somebody handed me over Back to Godhead magazine. And that's how I started coming to Radha Rasbihari temple, which was, as Mukunda Madhav Prabhu explained, the original small place where Shri Radha Rasbihari were accepting the wonderful services of devotees. So I was very young and I was inclined towards spiritual life. So I would come regularly, and then I got the news that Srila Prabhupada is coming. This was Prabhupada's last major program in Mumbai in March of 1977. So I was very fortunate to hear from Srila Prabhupada in that Pandal program. And during one of the programs, Prabhupada was sick, and senior disciples of Prabhupada would also speak. After Srila Prabhupada left, then I started chanting few rounds, but it was the great mercy of Srila Giriraj Maharaj that his association inspired me to chant more and more. I was not doing any service for him, but I would just observe him chanting. Sometimes Srila Giriraj Maharaj would chant on the second floor in the terrace, and I would just follow and just get inspired. Later on, I became more serious, and I was fortunate to hear from Srila Giriraj Maharaj also. And actually, although I was not so fortunate to do any personal service to Srila Giriraj Maharaj, but his words and his example inspired me. In the Bhagavad Gita, this verse, Vyavasayatmika buddhir eke he kuru nandana, Srila Prabhupada explains, he is quoting Vishwanath Thakur, that the purport of this verse is to make the order of one spiritual master as one's life and soul. And I see Srila Giriraj Maharaj as a perfect embodiment of this teaching. Especially after I read this recent book by Srila Giriraj Maharaj about the temple, I felt very inspired, and I felt here is a devotee who is teaching by his words and example how one should offer his every breath to the service of Srila Prabhupada. Words are very nice, but example is even important. Like Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu associates Sanatan Goswami and Haridas Thakur. Sanatan Goswami spoke about Haridas Thakur, that some preach very nicely but do not behave properly. Some behave properly but do not preach very nicely. But about Haridas Thakur, Sanatan Goswami said that you are doing both, your words and your example. So the same applies to a true follower of Haridas Thakur, like our dear Srila Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Decades together, almost 50 years over, more than that. We've been serving loyally Srila Prabhupada, and especially after reading the book, I could get more intimate details. I was there for many of the I was there in Juhu, but more than being physically, after reading the book, I could get the glimpse of what was going on here. And I could understand how Srila Giriraj Maharaj, his every pulse is beating just for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. I am actually begging on this holy day that I can get some taste for the holy name. They said the appearance day of the Vaishnavas is a good day to beg for their mercy. So I beg Srila Giriraj Maharaj's mercy. Alone I cannot chant the holy name. Tumi kripa kori shraddha bindu diya, deho Krishna naam dhane. I can get some taste for the holy name. I can follow in his footsteps and take up this mission of Srila Prabhupada very seriously. For some years, in 95 to 97, I was in Pune. Before Radhe Shyam Prabhu, I was given this service of being the temple president, although not qualified, as an emergency for some time. And during that time, Srila Giriraj Maharaj visited Pune, and that time I got some intimate association. And I'm simply praying that I can get more of his Bapu Sangh also. I was very happy to hear that one of the devotees was just mentioning that Maharaj may be visiting very soon. It will be a great delight. And also I see in Srila Giriraj Maharaj how he lovingly deals with his god brothers in a very intimate manner. This is a very good example for our society. When leaders who are on equal level, they teach us by example the principle of being together. Just few years back, Giriraj Maharaj was in Calcutta. At that time also I was fortunate. He spoke at hours together about Srila Prabhupada. I pray that we can get more and more such opportunities. Hare Krishna. Also about Srila Sridhar Swami Maharaj. Giriraj Maharaj was instrumental in helping me come to the level of 16 rounds. And he is my guru. He is the one who recommended my name for initiation. And in this way, he has connected me to Prabhupada eternally. Later on, I got a lot of association with Srila Sridhar Maharaj also. After I went to school in Banaras, I finished my BTech and I got a scholarship to go to United States. So I was thinking this is a great success. But when I showed this letter to Srila Sridhar Maharaj and His Grace Bhima Prabhu were also there, that I am going to US, I felt that they would pat me on the back, shabash, very good. But Sridhar Maharaj said, oh, you'll go there and you will eat cow's flesh, you will fall down. Don't go to America. Better you do bhakti here. But I was too proud to listen. So seeing my nature, he said, all right, if you have to go, then you go to some college where there is an ISKCON temple. I said, I must go because Manushyanam Sahastreshu. Out of thousands of people, some get admission in the United States. So he understood that I was foolish. But great souls, they see the level of the person and preach accordingly. He knew that I would not obey. So he said, okay, go, but stay in ISKCON temple. I showed him the list of the colleges and one temple, Houston, which was under the guidance of Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. So Sridhar Maharaj immediately, on my humble request, he phoned up the temple president and told that one student is coming please allow him to stay in the temple and take prasad. And imagine staying in the temple and taking prasad, that also free of charge. Hare Krishna. Actually, it's not free because Radha Ras Bihari and Radha Gopinath, they gave me 1 year free, but now lifetime of service. The Lord is tricking. Srila Sridhar Maharaj, actually I'm eternally grateful to him and to Bhima Prabhu, because if it were not for their guidance, I would be staying outside the temple and probably would be chanting few rounds. I would definitely not be connected deeply. So I'm very, very grateful to Srila Sridhar Maharaj, especially on this day. I was fortunate to be in Mayapur during the time when he was about to leave the world. As you all know, he was traveling from a distant country, and it's not so easy when it was detected that this would be the last few years. But his enthusiasm is so much amazing. Every day we would have kirtan in his room, and generally in the material world, if a person is about to leave his body, he becomes morose or dejected. But Srila Sridhar Maharaj taught us by his example how one should be preparing for the final journey. In fact, he would joke so much. Sometimes because of his health problems, his stomach was little bloated. He would pat and say, boy, like as if a child is there. His sense of humor coupled with his sincerity. It was his desire to see the installation of Panchatattva, and Lord Gauranga Mahaprabhu fulfilled the desire of his dear devotee, and he left the world on a very auspicious day, on Srivas Thakur's day. So on this day I especially beg his mercy also to teach me by his example sincere service to Prabhupada, sincere service to Vaishnavas and the holy name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. His Holiness Srila Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Srila Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Wonderful, beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna and Prabhu. Now I would like to call upon His Grace Surdas Prabhu. Surdas Prabhu had a very intimate and close association and guidance from both the Maharajas, and under his able guidance, ISKCON Khargar is really coming up wonderfully. So we'll like to welcome upon His Grace Surdas Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Om Ajnanathimrandasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurmlitam yenai Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavade Pasyati Deshitarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpadrubhasya kripa sindhubheva cha patithanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Giriraj Swami Namine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Sridhar Swami Niti Namine. Dandvat Maharaj, all glories to you and all glories to Sridhar Swami Maharaj. I'm very fortunate that I had an initial upbringing and nurturing by none other than these two sannyasis in my life. As I say that they have always the shining moons of Hare Krishna land. There will be always an inspirational persona with these two sannyasis in Hare Krishna land who showed with their own example how to dedicate your life to a spiritual master. Especially after the initiation, if at all anybody is serious, he will de-entangle himself from the material world and try to connect with this spiritual master and Krishna by service attitude. As we have heard wonderful, unlimited anecdotes of, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and Sridhar Swami Maharaj, and many times through different devotees. But in my personal life, I think if I have to be grateful and thankful umpty times to His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj for nurturing me in the initial stages of life. When, I had seen personally Giriraj Maharaj, which Bhima Prabhu said, in spite of him coming from a very high-class background, he was relishing sambar and papad in those days. And any times when he was little more lenient, he will ask, give me some, the leftover of the batata vadas are, fried, and there is some, something left in the fry pan. So he will say that you please give me from that also something. So that shows the humility. And in those days, we used to all sit together in a prasadam hall. And we used to relish the association of the sannyasis, whether it was Giriraj Swami Maharaj, Sridhar Swami Maharaj, or even the visiting sannyasis. They will always relish to sit in an association. And we used to feel very proud in sitting in the association of these wonderful sannyasis and eating either feast or sambar or rice or, khichdi. And this is my initial stage because I came to Hare Krishna land 10th October 1978, and I had a privilege of staying in the guest house for almost about 6 months. And those 6 months can never be forgotten in my life because they moved my life from whatever I was in, Kashmiri Pandit or whatever so-called Pandit, but they showed me how one can be a real Pandit. So I think in this 3-4 months time, a lot of transformation took place. I was a meat eater, Brahmana. I was a tea drinker, Brahmana. I was also, coming for scoring the points in Bollywood. And so Giriraj Maharaj would always ask me, how are you? How are you doing? And I started my career in 1978 as a filmmaker, and every day he would ask me, what are you doing? And I remember when I first signed my first contract in 1980, that was the first Bollywood film with Mithun Chakravarti and Ravikant Nagayach, and I was the editor over there. So I was very happy to share that moment with Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Maharaj, I signed the first contract he said, what are you going to give to the temple? So first thing he said, okay, let us have a feast. I remember that. So we had a wonderful feast in Govinda restaurant where we called all the senior devotees, where it was Chitrakar Prabhu and, Haridas Prabhu and Poon Brahma Prabhu and Purna Pragya Prabhu or some other people. So Maharaj was very happy. He said, okay, you give to feast to all the people. So at the time, like the Govinda was having, Balagopal and special Govinda's thali. So Balagopal was 8 rupees and special thali was 12 rupees. So I felt very happy to give them a special Govinda's thali, and Giriraj Maharaj loved it, and we all enjoyed it. And that was the beginning. But I didn't know that they were soaking me in their transcendental association, which can completely take out the teeth of the Bollywood out. You see, it's very seldom it can happen to any person that you have no taste left for the Bollywood anymore. And that continued for some time. And while we made Haridas Thakur film, so the association of Giriraj Swami Maharaj was very, very exciting. And we did a first movie in ISKCON under Govinda Films International. And that was also in partnership with Haridas Prabhu and myself. We launched our own company. On that company, I used to already do ad films and so many other things. And then came to Haridas Thakur film, and to my surprise, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj would come to the editing room and would sit for hours together for editing the movie. Of course, I had picked up Ravi Mehra because he was my friend in the same company where there were so many other films. Like he was the assistant of Rakesh Kumar, and I just picked him from that place. And I said that, okay, let me, allow you to do the direct movie. So because he was in the same company, so I was in the same company, there were so many movies happening at a time. So I just picked him, and not knowing what will be his nature later on, because you can never predict anybody's nature. But out of my compassion, I picked him up from that place. I said that, okay, you direct a film. And though he was not in a complete understanding of the film, because I was graduated from a film institute. I did my 3 years course in a film institute. I was the gold medalist from my institute. But still, out of my compassion, I said that, okay, you come, because Haridas Prabhu was there, Giriraj Maharaj was there. We were all writing a script long time. And I was quite surprised that Giriraj Maharaj also started associating with this crew, and we did it, we accomplished it. But whatever happened later on, so one day Giriraj Maharaj told me, you hand over everything to me. And I was very happy to hand over to him everything, and not knowing why he was asking for me. What sannyasi has to do with the management of the movie, I didn't know it. But maybe it was for my betterment that I had to, sort of finish my career in movie world. Otherwise, my profession was going very, very high. I was editing Amitabh Bachchan's Yarana film. I produced a lot of documentaries and short films. And then we were I was about to plunge into a Bollywood fully, before, Giriraj Maharaj said that you give it up, and I handed over to him the whole thing. And from that day onwards, I never looked back, because my parents taught me something, and which I always cherish myself. Anything you give up, don't lick it again. Whatever you have given up, you don't go back to that place again. So I just handed over everything to Giriraj Maharaj, my checkbooks, the company, the everything. And then I never touched it. Then while I was in the cusp of the whole situation, I was busy with my own profession. One fine morning, I didn't leave the association in those days. I used to come early in the evening all the time at 6 o'clock. And from 6 to 9, I would spend my time in the restaurant. And Giriraj Maharaj would always talk to me. I would always hear his lectures. His profile was so wonderful. As a sannyasi, he was so meticulous in representing Srila Prabhupada on a Vyasa-asan that it was worth seeing how he will talk to the big people, how he will talk to the rich people, how he will talk to even the neophytes. And I think Raj Maharaj, those profiles are having an impression on my consciousness still, and they cannot go at any time. And with that meticulation, when you are serving Srila Prabhupada's office here, I think the same meticulation I have inherited in my life, and sometimes people may criticize me for that, but I don't really care for that, because out there people are going to criticize you. There are only very less people who are going to appreciate what you are going to do. But I am sure when you come back to Bombay, what we are doing at Hare Krishna Land in Kharghar, you will always appreciate. You will appreciate, because I am little, being trained from my father as an artist, he was, as you know, my father was a world famous painter. He was painting and everything was meticulous in his life. Those genes I have. And I think your association has fructified those meticulous situations in my life, that which I am using in the service of Krishna. And then, of course, initiation came, and you persuaded His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj to give me initiation in 1982. And that was it. That was the end of the material life. Because then Gopal Krishna Maharaj just pushed me, then give up your Bollywood. And I don't know where from I got the strength. I had 4 assignments in my hand. In those days, to have lakhs of rupees as an assignment is a boon to a person who is coming from a small valley like Kashmir. And but like the association and the initiation and hearing and the nurturing has brought me up to this point. And I adored those moments when there were very less Indians in the Hare Krishna land and maximum Westerners here. So in their association, my life was carved, chiseled out in whatever way, and then that life I am able to give, but to Prabhupada back and to all of you back. And I don't possess any qualifications as such. I'm the most fallen. But if at all anything is my strength, it is the strength of all the sannyasis like Sridhar Swami Maharaj, Giriraj Swami Maharaj, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, all the visiting sannyasis whose we used to hear the lectures all the time. And this is what one has to remember. As long as you are attached to the association, as long as you are attached to the hearing, you will never go away from the lotus feet of Prabhupada. Even if your senses may take you for moments away from Prabhupada, but the nurturing, the hearing, the process of devotional service will bring you back to the lotus feet of Prabhupada. And that is the real effect of an association. You see, so Giriraj Maharaj's profile has a lot of impression on my life. And I really thank Giriraj Swami Maharaj for whatever has happened. Like Sridhar Maharaj was once upon a time, when I was serving the restaurant, he was enjoying my seva in the restaurant. But one fine morning, he said that you give up restaurant. And I just handed over the key to him. So everything happened for the betterment. And everything happened for the betterment. Attachment, detachment, attachment, detachment. And in this process, whatever I am indebted to all these wonderful devotees. And Giriraj Maharaj, I have seen how he used to preach to the high-class people. And I think I have inherited the same disease, Maharaj. I cannot sort of go to Tom, Dick, and Harry and start bribing anything. But, I feel very happy that I'm carrying that legacy to impress upon the rich and famous. And that's my forte, because I don't want to attract, zombies and crazies and other people. And that's how Krishna is blessing me. Prabhupada is blessing me. My Guru Maharaj is blessing me. And you are blessing me from wherever you are sitting. And I feel very, very proud about that. And I have been doing that. And I have been, in my way, a little bit successful. But yes, sometimes, like I said it yesterday somewhere also, I don't know where I said it. I said that, Bhagavad Gita in chapter number 4, verse number 9, Krishna says, Janma karame chame divyam. But the next verse is that Vitaraga bhaya krodha. If you are not transcended these things, you will still linger in the material world. So Vitaraga bhaya krodha is a very, very important verse. If we only just get entangled in the first verse, what Krishna is talking about, and if we forget the second verse or that consecutive verse, then we will be missing the whole link. And if we are not developing detachment, if we are not developing attachment to the lotus feet of Guru and Krishna, and if you are not able to control yourself, then how do you become fearless? You become fearless when you take the shelter of your spiritual master, Vaishnavas, and Krishna. Automatically you will become fearless. And you become fearless preacher. What do you become? In Krishna consciousness, you become fearless preacher. And, sometimes I get my energy when I see people coming back to me that, and are in tandem with what I said, whether it is in the auditorium, whether it is my lectures, whether it is Janmashtami pravachans in Kharghar and all those places, they come back to me. They say, you said it very correctly. On the other day, I was preaching in the auditorium, and there were all kinds of people there. And all of a sudden, I said that all these religions which are made Kaitava Dharma, they may be on different platforms, but they're all fallen down people from the real Sanatan Dharma. And this anecdote hit a person very, very nicely. And he just came back. He said, you said it correctly, because all the other religions are not real Sanatan Dharma. It is not Sanatan Dharma. And it is fructifying. It's fructifying. Like the yesterday's story was broken in Saudi Arabia. I think you will all know about it. Yesterday, the Saudi Arabia broadcasted a big message that the biggest Hindu temple was in Saudi Arabia, and they are excavating everything in Saudi Arabia. And that's a big slap to, in the Muslim religion, that once upon a time, there was a Sanatan Dharma existing in Saudi Arabia. So keep on keeping all these connections and everything. It's all because of all the Vaishnavas' mercy. Because you fed me prasadam, you gave me association, you made me even to also do service. When I was in my Bollywood, Giriraj Maharaj would say that, oh, did you do some service here? How are you eating prasadam there? Can you do some service? Giriraj Maharaj would stand outside. Did you do service? So service is a catalyst. Service is the way to purify your existence. So he was watching personally. He was personally watching. Giriraj Maharaj was personally watching. Sridhar Maharaj, whom we call Jolly Sannyasi, he did great work here. He inspired us. He was more passionate, and Giriraj Maharaj was more sattvic. We had two combinations: aggressive sannyasi and a very sattvic sannyasi. So I think Krishna was giving us the chance which way you want to go. So those all facets of spiritual life are inherent in our life. And I thank Giriraj Maharaj for his meticulous lectures. I thank Giriraj Maharaj for, though I was assisting him many times and the many programs I put for him. The first program, in the big program, I put it in the Lokhandwala complex, where all these Chedias and other people came in contact with them. They have no clue to that. So I really, as I said, in a spiritual world, I am not here to get, the stars on my shoulder and everything, because as you know, Maharaj, I had a very big name in the Bollywood, and who can have a bigger name like that coming up in the screens? But in the spiritual life, if I can get purified in the association, and that's what is my humble prayer to you on this Vyasa-puja day. We are longing to have you in person here so that we can have your more and more association and more guidance while we are expanding in Bombay. We have so many wonderful temples, so many things are coming. People are offering so many things to, as you know it very well. And a lot of things are coming up. And recently, Giriraj Maharaj, we acquired almost about 60 acres of land for our farm community in Karjat. You remember once upon a time, we used to go to the Karjat, we did a shooting of Haridas Thakur film, and people used to love that, okay, we are doing Karjat and this and that. And this 60 acres has been offered in the same foothills of that place, and the land is so fertile and so beautiful, and you will love it. And this is all mercy of all the Vaishnavas. This is mercy of Prabhupada. If at all I have done any service to you all, it is fructifying in the service of reciprocation coming from Krishna and so many wonderful devotees. I don't claim to be the doer of anything. I am so sinful, I know. I am a sinful Pandit from Kashmir, but this Pandit is getting transformed in due course of a time. It's all the Prasad Mahima, it's all Sangha Mahima and hearing Mahima, and all glories to Giriraj Swami Maharaj, all glories to Sridhar Swami Maharaj. And we were all staying in the same ashram. Can you imagine, for almost about 10 years, I was in the Brahmachari ashram, and next to staying in the Giriraj Maharaj's room and Sridhar Maharaj's room. And I will never forget Sridhar Swami Maharaj coming early in the morning and he massaging my feet. And all of a sudden I will get up, Maharaj, what are you doing? He says, Surdas, are you so tired from the Govindas? Because we used to enter Govindas at around 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. And we used to come out of the Govindas at 11 o'clock in the night. It was a tireless service, cleaning the pots, cooking and laying down the table for those people. And sometimes the Bollywood actors will come and they will say, Arey, this Virendra Sapru has gone mad. He has gone crazy. What are you doing? So keeping all those things in my mind, and I would like to get blessings from you. You have written and you have presented the history of Hare Krishna land till 1978. And when you come, I would like to take first blessings from you so that I can write the anecdotes from 1978 onwards till now about my journey of my life. This is my humble prayer to Giriraj Maharaj. Please bless me so that I can also write a book. And the title of the book will be, Meadows of Kashmir to Melodies of Krishna. I'm opening this first title in front of you, Maharaj. The journey from my Srinagar to Melodies of Kirtan here. So once you come, I will take formal blessings from you and write down and the struggle and my struggle here, my personal struggle, how to exist my Krishna consciousness, and the project in the making at Kharghar. And I'm sure you will be, Giriraj Maharaj, you will be very proud of it, and all the devotees will be proud after we accomplish. And we are striving it to complete in the month of January, February. Please bless me. And, this is what I humbly request. Gopal Krishna Maharaj is also on the screen now. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, yourself, to come and open this wonderful project. Just bless me so that we can accomplish this project. It has taken a long time, but there has been a gap of 2-3 years of pandemic. In this pandemic also we continued, and I'm sure by the mercy of you all Vaishnavas, it will be accomplished. Without the mercy of the Vaishnava, nothing can happen, and I know that very well, very well. Thank you very much, all the devotees, and cherish the association of Giriraj Swami Maharaj. And when he's coming, and always keep on yourself in tune with their teachings and blessings, and you will be able to accomplish something for the divine cause which ISKCON is propagating all over the world. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj Vyasa-puja ki. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj Vyasa-puja celebrations ki. Gaur Premanande. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I wish you all success in your wonderful projects. And I look forward to seeing your work when I come to Bombay in December.
Thank you, Surdas Prabhu. And now I would love to call upon this great general of Srila Prabhupada's army, this exalted personality. We are greatly fortunate to have His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a very bad throat and I wasn't aware of misfortune that today is the celebration of Giriraj Swami and Sridhar Swami. So today we are celebrating. Can you hear me?
Yes, Maharaj, you are audible, Maharaj, here also.
My voice is, I almost don't have a voice right now. So I'm very happy that we can participate in this program. Very happy that I was reminded just half an hour ago, today Maharaja's Vyasa-puja. Giriraj Swami is a very special devotee. As we know, he had appeared in a very rich family. I understand his father was a big judge and a very rich family. And I believe that his parents and Prabhupada in Bombay in the early days offered to give Prabhupada any donation that he wanted. In exchange, they wanted his son to come back. But I understand somebody had to make a choice. Either go with Prabhupada or with his parents. Is that right, Maharaj? I think he offered to be with Prabhupada.
In Calcutta, they offered $1 million then if I would leave Prabhupada and come back to America.
And I personally think I had the opportunity to see Maharaj for the first time in Boston. At that time, I was in Montreal and Prabhupada was in Boston. I think Glenville Avenue. The right, Maharaj, 95?
Yeah, we began on 95 Glenville Avenue.
I remember the address. So,
Yes.
And Prabhupada was lecturing in the evening. I think on 2 or 3 occasions, you asked Prabhupada very striking questions. Prabhupada was very impressed. He said, who is this? He recognized Maharaj's intelligence and sincerity. I think that's the first time we saw Giriraj Swami. And later on we met in India. Giriraj Swami was very active in showing in the Boston temple. Later on, Prabhupada had established a movement in America and in Europe. He wanted to expand, establish a movement in India. Prabhupada struggled very deeply before going to the West. And Prabhupada wanted to save India. The Indians are forgetting their culture. So Prabhupada selected 100 devotees in the West.
Maybe 12 or 14.
14 devotees.
Yeah.
Well, he inspired a lot of devotees, or 12 or 15 devotees. I didn't have the figures right. That were inspired by Prabhupada, come to India. At that time, we had no facilities in India. And there was nothing. Prabhupada was determined to establish something. And Prabhupada, I think, Giriraj Swami was one of the 12 or 13 that was selected by Prabhupada to come to India, isn't it? And when the Prabhupada's Western disciples came to India, they made a very deep impression. Indians had never seen Europeans and Americans take to Krishna consciousness, get dhoti kurta, and so on. It was the first time. And Prabhupada's disciples made a good impression on the people. So Vyasa-puja was very dear to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada used to rely on him for all his confidential work, etc. Vyasa-puja served in Calcutta as a temple president. Am I right? For some time.
I was based there before Juhu, yes.
Before you. And Prabhupada saw the Hare Krishna land, and he was searching for land in Mumbai. Prabhupada, before he went to the West, he used to regularly visit Srimati Maharaji, whose house was very near Hare Krishna land. And Prabhupada saw this Hare Krishna land, which was at that time just a jungle. And he had a desire. If Krishna ever gives him that land, he'll construct a nice temple for him. So Prabhupada, ISKCON first temple in Bombay was opened in Akash Ganga. Akash Ganga was right in the heart of the city. I believe we were on the fourth floor. And Prabhupada was staying there and lecturing. And Prabhupada almost every day would go to search for land for his new project. Prabhupada's land was very expensive. And then somebody told him that Mr. Nair, the chief sheriff of Bombay, had a plot for sale in Juhu. So Prabhupada came over here and saw this land. And Prabhupada recalled it's the same land that he saw when he was going to Srimati Maharaji's house. The Prabhupada was very interested in this, and for a very reasonable price, Prabhupada made an agreement with the former sheriff. But that person had a bad history. He had sold his land previously to others, and then on some technical cause, he would be told. Anyway, Prabhupada went ahead with the deal. But then this person tried to be smart with Prabhupada. Prabhupada was very shrewd, very capable manager. Prabhupada fought for the land. And Prabhupada said it was a great fight. So Giriraj Swami was the main person. He and Dhamma. I understand it was he and Dhamma Krishna Maharaj were leading the Indian side under Prabhupada's direction. I came to India in March 75, and I believe this was my coming was in 64 and 73. It was a long fight, and Giriraj Swami presented it very nicely in the latest book. So there was a big fight, struggle, and because the other side was also very capable, he had resources. But in the end, Krishna won. During the period that we had paid for the project and we didn't have the land in our possession, there were several people who were helping us also. And one of them was a late Mr. Sethi, who was very helpful to Prabhupada in getting the buildings and adding one story to the top. Sethi told us one nice story. He says, one day Prabhupada told him, "You're building Krishna's house here. Krishna is building your house in Isabel." Point was, anyone who does service to Krishna, it doesn't go anywhere. So there was a long fight. And in the end, Prabhupada was victorious. And Prabhupada gave a lot of credit to Giriraj Swami, Krishna Maharaj. especially Giriraj Swami was working primarily on this case. And under his leadership, the case was fought and Prabhupada won. Then after we got the land also, there were many undesirable neighbors who tried to block the construction. Eventually, Krishna won. So Giriraj Swami worked very hard in fighting the legal case. He was then sent to Bombay, where he became the president. Giriraj Swami became the president. And as president, he was very strict with the devotees. He was very popular with the devotees. And he was the president for 2 years. I think till Motiar Maharaj was the president. And Giriraj Swami had many unique qualities. One of them is he is one of the best I've met who can recall everything Prabhupada said in it. I frankly have a Kali-yuga memory, but I am very touched. I see that Giriraj Swami remembers exactly what Prabhupada said, why he said, and he had that powerful mercy and memory. Giriraj Swami was very active in Bombay. And then after the inauguration of the temple, he was still there. Then he left to do his service in the West. So in essence, Giriraj Swami was very dear to Prabhupada. He made a lot of sacrifices for Prabhupada. And Prabhupada had full faith in Giriraj Swami's abilities. Prabhupada trusted him the most. And Prabhupada gave him a lot of responsibility. And as you heard Sudha say, he was also a very good preacher. And he was especially noted for cultivating the big people. Now most of them are gone. All the rich people in Bombay remember Giriraj Swami. So Giriraj Swami played a big role in cultivating the rich Indians. Prabhupada had started a program called Life Membership Program. The first membership program started with, I think, 1100 or 1300. And Giriraj Swami helped authorize the Life Membership Program. Giriraj Swami is a very good writer. He's written several books. And I think he's a writer by, he writes very good topics, especially his new book, Make a Temple for You. It's very beautifully written. And it summarizes history of the Hare Krishna land. So I'm very happy to be here. I'd like to offer my obeisances. And we, as I said earlier, came to India in 75. And at that time we were struggling to start the construction of the Hare Krishna land and to get the necessary permits. Because we got the land, still we didn't have the necessary permits. I remember going to Giriraj Swami in the evening to one Mr. Dheer's house. He lived in Bandra. And he was the head of a company called ECC, which was a division of Larsen & Toubro, specializing in construction projects. So we went to see Mr. Dheer and approached him if he would be interested in doing the construction. I believe he came the next day, he liked it, and then we took him to Prabhupada. And Prabhupada blessed him. So the construction of the Juhu temple was done by ECC. But and the big struggle was getting permits. At that time in India, Indira Gandhi had declared emergency. And with the emergency, the underworld came under control and the bureaucrats became more powerful. At that time, we had S.B. Chavan as the chief minister. So Giriraj Swami and I would go and see him. Every day we would leave Santa Cruz. We didn't have any cars in Bombay. Not like you have 35 cars now. At that time, we didn't have a single car. I think we would go to train station and then take the train and from Churchgate go to Sachivalia. So we went to see Mr. Chavan. And there was another Maharashtrian politician, Mr. Samant, who also helped us a lot. He was the president of the Congress Party in Maharashtra. So we went to S.B. Chavan, he was a pious man. I maintained relationship with him even after he joined the cabinet in Delhi. He was a nice man. When he heard our story, he phoned the police commissioner of Bombay in front of us and told the commissioner that he should give us the NOC. You're right, Maharaj? And
Yeah,
every
that was
time,
the turning point.
yeah, every time,
When you and I met the chief minister, S.B. Chavan, and he understood that we were genuine and we were being harassed, that we were not the guilty ones, but the people who were harassing us were the guilty ones.
that included a local politician.
Everything changed. When people understood the chief minister was supporting us, and everyone's attitude changed, and we got all the permits, and yeah.
And B.K. Samant helped us a lot also. He put in a
Yes,
good
he
word.
was. Yeah,
And
he was.
He came with us. And I remember on the way back from Sachivalia, we get down at Marine Drive, and there was a Parsi dairy, I think.
Parsi Dairy Farm.
We would go there and take ice cream. Is that right?
Coffee.
And then we would come back to church. So by the time we came back, it was late in the night.
Yeah.
So Giriraj Swami played a big role in getting the Bombay temple established. And he's a great author and a very dear devotee of Prabhupada. So on this occasion, I would offer my respects and wishes to Maharaj. I often think of meeting Maharaj. I was just in America 2 weeks ago. Maharaj,
Oh.
yeah. I was in America, Canada for 4 weeks. I just got back. But I think Maharaj is in St. Barbara, and I don't go to California at all. So
Oh.
that's why I don't have the privilege of seeing him in America. So these are my humble weaknesses. And I'm sorry for having a brief offering. You've done a lot for Prabhupada. We have Prabhupada's mercy on you. So I hope you write. Keep writing books. And this is your strength. This is what you like. You keep writing books one after another. Hare Krishna. Giriraj Swami ki. I think today we're also celebrating Giriraj Swami's Vyasa-puja. I came in contact with Giriraj Swami when I came to Bombay. When I was in America, I didn't know Giriraj Swami. I never heard about him. So he came to India with the other Western devotees, I think. And Giriraj Swami in Bombay is headquarters. He was a very dedicated disciple of Prabhupada. Very jolly. What do you call him? Jolly Swami. And a very good preacher. I think he had learned Hindi language also. He used to speak Hindi also. I think Prabhupada was very impressed. He learned Hindi. Giriraj Swami was a very good preacher. Like Giriraj Swami, he was also an expert in life membership. In fact, many of the preaching programs that we have now originated from Giriraj Swami's brain. He introduced Bhisma, made out of fundraising. for which all the temples nearly all over the world are using to raise money. That program was pioneered by Giriraj Swami. Bombay was the head office. He would travel everywhere. For some time he was in New York. Giriraj Swami was very dear to Prabhupada, and he did a lot to develop India in the early days. In the early days, Indian were no temples, and we had very limited facilities. And Giriraj Swami came in at a time when we had no facility. But still they were determined. They helped Prabhupada establish his movement. Giriraj Swami was a good preacher. He taught the devotees how to cultivate big people. And he taught the devotees how to receive guests. And he was also temple president in Bombay for some time. After the opening of the Delhi Bombay temple, Giriraj Swami was very active in the management of the Juhu temple. He had various positions, and he was liked by everyone. So Giriraj Swami left us many years ago, but in a short period he was here. He established his name in a great service to God. So on this occasion, I'd like to offer my humble obeisance to Giriraj Swami, who was very dear to Prabhupada. He played a big role in establishing ISKCON in India. So these are my humble obeisances. Giriraj Swami. Giriraj Swami ki. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I'm sorry for the brief offering.
Oh, thank you for joining us. It's very humbling and touching to hear you speak from your heart, your appreciation. Yeah, we're delighted that you joined us on this occasion. Where are you right now?
I'm right now in Delhi, on my way to Vrindavan. My luggage is in the car. Only when I was going down, someone told me today's Maharaja's birthday. So I'm on my way to Vrindavan, and the luggage is in the car. So, please, thanks a lot, Maharaj. It's nice that we can communicate with you.
Yeah, I'm planning to come.
I think I thought of many times to communicate with you. So thank you.
We were together once in California.
Yeah.
At your disciples' home. South, South LA. And Adorja Chandra. And I am very slow with my Gayatris. And you said that you're also very slow with your Gayatris. So we both did Gayatri together. And you're the only person I've done Gayatri with when I finished before the other person. So but that was nice we had that time together. Yeah.
Let's hope the COVID comes in control and we can travel more. Right now, COVID is still around.
Yeah, I heard.
I had to be very careful on my American trip. So, thank you very much. I want to hold on the program.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Giriraj Swami. Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki. Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki. Shri Radha Bihari ki.
Jai.
Hari Bol.
Jai. Gopal Krishna Swami Maharaj ki Jai.
My voice was too soft. I hope you all could hear it.
Huh?
I said my voice was very soft. So
but we could hear you. We could hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So it was really great to have these exalted personalities speak together, interact together, and their love and friendship. That's really great to emulate. And now I would also like to call upon one more Prabhupada's disciple. He's also a very senior Prabhupada disciple, His Grace Daribakshi Prabhu. He had also very personal association with Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
ॐ अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकयः चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। गुरुवे गौरचन्द्राय राधिकाय तदालये कृष्णाय कृष्णभक्ताय तद्भक्ताय नमो नमः। पंचकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामीति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि श्री गौर भक्तवृंद। कृपा करी सब मिले कर है करुणा अधम पतित जने न राखी बो घृणा। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की, हिज होलीनेस गिरिराज महाराज व्यास पूजा सेलिब्रेशन की, हिज होलीनेस श्रीधर महाराज व्यास पूजा सेलिब्रेशन की जय। हरे कृष्णा। So actually today is very special day, and here in the Hare Krishna land along the Radha Rasa Bihari Ji Prangan and Mandapam Hall, they have a beautiful decoration here, very good fragrance flowers, very good smells. It's like a Golok Vrindavan. I feel that way when I was sitting here. So wonderfully, by devotionally, they did the nice seva here. And so actually Giriraj Maharaj was the very special, intimate friend and disciple of Divine Giriraj Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Maharaj. First, actually, I met Giriraj Maharaj in Vrindavan. When I joined Vrindavan 1975, then Maharaj always coming in when Prabhupada was there, Vrindavan, he comes there. He was always chanting when Prabhupada room. He was talking when I go there and see Maharaj sitting next to Prabhupada. When daytime, when he's always coming around and chanting around the temple, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It's very sweet words he was chanting. The chanting comes our heart, it's become purified. So I was a pujari over there and Krishna Varam temple, and daytime I was free also, I was sitting there. Then Maharaj chanting one day, Maharaj told me that Prabhuji, you came to Bombay, Radha Rasa Bihari temple, you have a darshan? I said, Maharaj, no. So you can come sometime because 1978 they came, Makar Sakranti, the temple opened here. So I said, Maharaj, okay, I'll come because that time I'm a little bit shy to talk to him, So I say, okay, I said, शीर हिला दिया मैंने. तो बाद में then after 1979, one of my friend from Spain, he wants to come to Bombay. He say, I'm going to Bombay. I say, I like to also go to Bombay because Parshunathma Prabhu also, he was joined in Vrindavan. He know me very well, and Vrindavan is my friend. And Narottam Prabhu also, he was when I, opened the temple of Krishna Balaram. So he was as pujari and the Vrindavan temple. So then I also know Narottam Prabhu very well. So he training me nicely. So then I say, okay, I want to go with you. He said, okay, come. Then we came here, 1979, and Juhu, the new temple, very beautiful. Then that time, Prasanatma Prabhu, vice president here, Giriraj Maharaj president, Narottam was the head pujari. So then Prasanatma, he met me, he said, oh, Vrindavan Pujari came, Vrindavan Pujari came. He was very happy announcing here and there, everyone. He said, Vrindavan Pujari, he's a Vrindavan Pujari. So then he took me, Giriraj Maharaj's office. He said, Maharaj, Vrindavan Pujari came here, so we should kept him here. We require Pujari for Radha Rasa Bihari. So Maharaj said, yes, I know him. Yes. So you kept him here. No problem. Then they talked to Narottam. Narottam said, yes, I definitely, Dadi Bhaksha Prabhu, I was head pujari, he was a pujari in Vrindavan, so you stay here. Then Prasanna Prabhu, he was a vice president, he make me stay on Brahmachari ashram, make the nice arrangement, everything, the room, everything to me. So then I was a pujari here. Maharaj Giriraj Maharaj so dear to me, very sweetly always talking to me. Hey, you have any problem? You're okay. Maharaj come when I was dressing Diti there in the morning, Radha Rasa Bihari, so Radha Rasa Bihari, I'm chanting the Brahma Samhita. So Maharaj was so happy. Maharaj coming to inside the Diti room. He was also chanting Hare Krishna. And sometimes he was cleaning the floor. We are dressing the Diti, before 7 o'clock. So then after that, Maharaj liked me because I am Brahmanical. He said that he was chanting Brahma Samhita, everything. He should be leave only Pujari department. It's okay. So then after some time, Sridhar Maharaj become president. I think Maharaj become GBC. Then Sridhar Maharaj told me, Dadi Bhaksha Prabhu, you are my God brothers. So you should give up Pujari department. Pujari department means the Kanishta Adhikari. So why not come to membership department? So I'll engage you, I give the facility, so you become pitcher. You list, come to Madhyamadhikari. Okay, you please. Then Giriraj Maharaj told him, no, Dadi Bhaksha is okay because he's chanting nicely the Sanskrit words, everything. I seen him inside Pujari room. He doing Arati. No, Maharaj, I don't know, Maharaj convention. Don't worry, Giriraj Maharaj, okay. So you come. Then Sridhar Maharaj, he brought me the life membership department. Then that time, Ram Tulsi was also membership department. So I am his partner. Maharaj said, okay, you become his partner first. So Ram Tulsi, I am going Ram Tulsi with making life membership, making phone call. I am collecting the name here and there here in Hare Krishna land. So I was a partner with him. Maharaj Sridhar Maharaj is very happy with me because I am pitcher. Maharaj like pitcher very much. He don't like, he always say, Pujari means Kanishta Adhikari. He's telling, even in lecture, he was telling always like that. But this word nowadays no coming out. Anybody give lecture, nobody say like that. But Sridhar Maharaj always say too, like this, and he told me to also, these words. He always put me, my ear. So then I say, okay. Then after that, I was pitching here. Then after I become a householder, Grihasthas, then Maharaj said, okay, your wife also should become pitcher. Sridhar Maharaj said, okay, he engaged. He told my wife that go with Dadi Bhaksha. That time my children were small, 4 children. So she's Guru, but part-time little bit she's helping the temple. After my children grow up, then my wife is coming to with me as a partnership. So actually my wife is the first pitcher in the life member department here with me. But that time no any ISKCON lady and Juhu, nobody was pitching and life members department, only my wife. But seen by my wife, so nowadays all ladies become pitchers here. That's very good because Prabhupada like it. Ladies should go to pitch also, get the collection, the membership and the donations. So this is Prabhupada idea. In America, all ladies, they go to airport for distributing books, collecting and things. That's why they started ISKCON. The same thing, this is good for every woman should go out and preach and collect the money and give to the Radha Rasa Bihari. So like that, and then we went, and Giriraj Maharaj always supporting us and my family. He likes very much my children always. Then one time, because we are stay in the rented house, here, there, every 11 months we have to exchange the house here, there, different places. Then purchasing the house, is Jew Gautan. So we require 2 lakhs. So that time we asked whoever authority here, I don't know mention names, the president. So we asked president to give 2 lakhs. There he's not able to give. No, he's not ready. Then my wife said, no. Then I go to my Giriraj Maharaj, GBC. I'll go through him. Then my wife went to Giriraj Maharaj's office. That time Giriraj Maharaj was ready to go to Mauritius. He's packing the things. Then my wife give the paper. Then Maharaj just see, oh, very good. All right, very nice. And he just signed the paper, 2 lakhs for us. So then my wife brought here and give to authority. Then the authority okay. फिर 2 लाख हमको दे दिया. तो इस तरह से तो गिरिराज, then I was feeling that, oh, Giriraj Maharaj so merciful. I have 4 children. So why not one children I should offer to Giriraj Maharaj, become his disciple. So I pray to Radha Rasa Bihari, because Maharaj helping me. He's my pillar, because he engaged me, Sridhar Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj engaged me so nicely in Hare Krishna land for my devotional service, by pujari, by preaching. That's why I'm in ISKCON. Otherwise I will be where I will be. So they had taken care of me right and left. Giriraj Maharaj right and left. Sridhar Maharaj, they take me nicely, everything. They are very friendly always. Always they are using me for chant, kirtan. Sridhar Maharaj give me every Saturday my Hindi class in the temple. That time is no Hindi. So every Saturday fix my class. No, you are Prabhupada disciple, my god brother. So you should give the class. Hindi class you give, okay, English, no, Hindi. So then every Saturday I'm giving class, this temple, Hare Krishna, Radha Rasa Bihari. So then after, I feel that I should give my 1 children list for initiation of Giriraj Maharaj. Then I spoke to Chaitanya Priya. That time my daughter name I kept, because Cha se आया था. तो Cha से जो है फिर Chaitanya Priya नाम मैंने रख दिया. तो इस हिसाब से then after then Chaitanya Priya said, okay, definitely I'll take initiation for the Dhirama. She convinced. Then she asked Maharaj, Maharaj give him the initiation of the my eldest daughter. She born Vrindavan. She was a Brijavasi. So I am so happy and pleased upon Giriraj Maharaj, because my Radha Rasa Bihari fulfill my desire, because list amount of all the grihasthas here Hare Krishna land. So list I want to give 1 child for his spiritual daughter is Gaurapriya. So my Giriraj Maharaj's blessings of my daughter, she's in wonderful service and spiritual activity, taking care of Bhakti Vedanta school. She's a leader. She's there. So because of mercy of Giriraj Maharaj, so Maharaj always help her to take care your spiritual daughter Maharaj. So and actually that your spiritual daughter Gaurapriya, she is very spiritually strong, because she have 20 Shaligram, Giriraj, Panchatattva. She is worshipping Radha Ramanji. She have so many deity her house. So she always pray about your health also. Her husband chanting Narsinga Stotra for you. Everything, Ishwar Kumar Prabhu. So you please share mercy upon them. Then they go ahead for their spiritual life very strongly. Maharaj, just like you are helping me. So without you, if you are not helping me, how can I become Krishna consciousness here in Hare Krishna land? Because by your mercy, Sridhar Maharaj's mercy, you both have kindness. So I am become Prabhupada's servant. I am serving Prabhupada as much as possible. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Sridhar Maharaj ki jai. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
That was beautiful. Yeah, I'm very happy with Gaurapriya. And also your daughter in the Netherlands, I think. Yeah.
Netherlands is Radhika, my middle daughters. So she also want to take initiation from you. So you please share mercy upon her also. She's also very spiritually strong. Every once a month, every Sunday, she give me the lecture over there, Pravachan. that Holland. She's sending me always the good message. She has also Saligram, Giriraj, everything she worships nicely. She's also likes you very much, so you can help her for a spiritual mercy from you. Okay, Hare
Okay.
Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Guru Maharaj, we would like to ask if you would like to start your talk or would you like to continue with us?
Well, what does everyone want?
Sorry, Guru Maharaj?
What does everyone want?
Maharaj, it will be nice if you give your Vyasa-puja address.
Okay. Well, it wasn't my plan originally, but given that it's a celebration for His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj as well, I had a thought to read the transcript of a talk that he gave when he visited me here at my ashram in Carpinteria, California, for my Vyasa-puja. And it covers the topic of Vyasa-puja, and it also gives us a chance to hear from His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. And then I'll also say something after that. So this was an appreciation spoken by His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj on my Vyasa-puja on September 23rd, 2001, here in Carpinteria, California. So this is what he said. We are here not by our good qualities, not by our pious credits, not for any reason, but that His divine grace, Srila Prabhupada, came here and blessed us. He exposed us. He opened our eyes, our darkened eyes, and He exposed us to this transcendental knowledge, transcendental culture, transcendental way of life. And He is continually guiding us and encouraging us. We all belong to Srila Prabhupada's family. He is our father or our grandfather. He is our friend, our guru. His mercy is all that we are made of. Prabhupada's books are there, his tapes, his lectures, ITV. But my feeling is that we need something more than all these things to push us over the edge into the divine realm. We need association with a person who is a servant of Srila Prabhupada. And especially we are connected by the association or by the mercy or by the kindness of a Diksha Guru who acts as a surrogate. A surrogate is a substitute, not exactly substitute, but sometimes a mother and father are not able to produce a child, so a mother agrees to receive the seed of the male and a child is produced. She is called a surrogate mother. A better example is a viceroy. We need someone to show us Srila Prabhupada in action, in emotion. We are very much persons. We are emotional persons. We have intellect and we have emotions. And bahunam janmanam ante. In the end, it is our emotional, devotional service, purified devotional service, prema bhakti, loving devotional service, both to Guru and to Krishna, which will bind us. And I should add that Srila Rupa Goswami says, because he has enumerated 64 items of devotional service in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And Srila Rupa Goswami says that all of those items which are rendered in service to Krishna can also be rendered to Krishna's devotees. So Sridhar Swami says, so we need to find a disciple of Srila Prabhupada who carries Srila Prabhupada in his heart and who will help us. He will share with us his love, his realization, his joy, his ecstasy, so that we also can be inspired. We need this, very important. And we find this person by our intelligence and by our faith. It is a business of the heart, very much a business of the heart, that we are attracted. And it is such a sacrosanct principle, like sacred principle, disciplic succession, that we have to protect this principle. We have to involve ourselves to make ourselves recipients of that descending mercy. And we have to protect our right from all sorts of naysayers and envious persons and obstacles. Of course, as I said, we are in a family and we have our Diksha Guru, but we are also not a personality cult. We have many people who help us in our spiritual lives. And wherever you find Srila Prabhupada in the heart of a devotee, you should bow down there. Wherever you find him and wherever you receive genuine shiksha. You can have many shiksha gurus. And of course, officially people talk about receiving permission from your Diksha Guru to accept so-and-so as your shiksha guru. And that's well and true. But just as the first initiation does not become formalized until later, but it appears first in the heart. Similarly, whenever we hear anything nice about Srila Prabhupada, we can take it with joy and appreciate it. In our family, it is a difficult time. Kali Yuga is such a difficult time. I am amazed how anyone can be Krishna conscious. Srila Prabhupada told us, you should not be surprised when someone falls down. You should be surprised when someone is able to follow nicely. So it is a difficult time and we are weak. Quote, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. And we are bombarded with so many stimuli agitating our senses and mind. And we are surrounded by people who are suffering, who are in ignorance. And some of them are even belligerent, demoniac. So it is a very difficult time. And we need all the help we can get. At least I need all the help I can get. And I try to get help from my God brothers. I really need their mercy. And I have many friends among my God brothers. But for me, since the very early days in Bombay, 72, 73, Giriraj Swami is my Shiksha Guru. I'm not a very good disciple, but still he is my Shiksha Guru. I feel like that. And I hope that all of you will enjoy Krishna conscious life by following Srila Prabhupada and by following Giriraj Swami and all of the nice Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis in ISKCON. One symptom of progress in devotional service is that one should become jolly. Brahmabhuta prasanatma. We should become prasanna, joyful. Nasochati nakangshati. How will we give up our attachment to material life? By becoming joyful, jolly. Prabhupada said that a brahmachari becomes jolly. So we have to judge by the result. Everything about Krishna consciousness is wonderful. Every kind of devotional service. No need to be envious of anyone else for any kind of devotional service. Cleaning the bathroom for Krishna is so ecstatic. I offer my obeisances to the bathroom cleaners of Krishna's because they are wonderful devotees. In fact, some of our best devotees in Pakistan are Bungis. Recently, someone remembered me from Pakistan, Ranchor Lines. Giriraj Swami and I went there one time, and we preached to all the Pakistani people, to intellectuals. But in Ranchor Lines, our Gujarati devotees come from that family, that line of bathroom cleaners. Whatever service you have, it is the service mood, the service attitude, that I am prepared to do anything to serve Krishna and to serve his devotees. That will keep us happy. And that will help us to develop that house that people talk about, where everyone can live. But it is based on love and trust. A devotee is completely devoid. He has no interest in politics or even in polemics. So please carry on as you are doing. I know a number of you, and you can tell a tree by its fruits. You are all nice servants of Vaishnavas. For me, in my stage of life, if I have learned even one little lesson, it is dasa dasa anudasa. It means to be the servant of the servant of the servant. Cultivate service to the Vaishnavas and you will get everything. We need a family where we can love and trust each other and not fear. We have to preach to so many materialistic people, and their very aura is permeated with lust and greed and anger. And there is a possibility of getting infected. But if we can come to a community of friends, of brothers and sisters, where we love each other, care. I'm not talking of superficially saying something, but where we really care deep down inside that this person is suffering, even materially. Prabhupada cried when he saw people suffering materially in the material world. Yes, I had one little experience with Srila Prabhupada. When he came to Madras, I was riding in the car with Srila Prabhupada, and we passed a bus stop. And the bus stop was, it didn't have a covering, and it wasn't big enough to accommodate all the people that were waiting for the bus. And the people who were waiting for the bus were exposed to the scorching hot sun. And Srila Prabhupada was very moved with compassion. And he commented that, they have to stand in the hot sun. So, of course, it wasn't Srila Prabhupada's intention that we should campaign for better bus stops, but he did have that compassion for people's material suffering. And of course, he wanted to help them by Krishna consciousness. So coming to back to His Holiness Sridhar Swami's talk. But if we can come back to a community of friends, of brothers and sisters, where we love each other and care, I'm not talking of superficially saying something, but where we really care deep inside that this person is suffering, even materially. Prabhupada cried when he saw people suffering materially in the material world. So what to speak of exalted Vaishnava devotees? We should care for them and love them. This is our family. Thank you, Giriraj Swami, for being there for all of us, for guiding us. And thank you for producing so many nice boys and girls who are helping you in your preaching work, and also preaching nicely all over the world, in India, in Africa. I pray that more and more books will be forthcoming from your wonderful, powerful pen, from your heart, and that people will. I'm just so anxious because Giriraj Swami has a nickname. Probably you all know it, but for those who don't, we call him Mr. Prabhupada Stories, because he is an ocean of Prabhupada stories. I have heard many of them over the years, but I want to hear more and more. And I know the nectar is coming. So please give us more and more books. We pray that more and more devotees will come to your lotus feet and learn how to become soft-hearted and pure. Hare Krishna. So this was very moving for me to read this appreciation by His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. And I am trying to fulfill his desires and his requests. In fact, just today, I finished another book about traveling with Srila Prabhupada in India, Bombay, Amritsar, Indore, Surat, Allahabad for the Ardha Kumbh Mela, Gorakhpur, Madras, Calcutta, Mayapur. And so I'm taking this as a service to His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj, who asked for more books from me. And I will also try to encourage devotees to be good servants of the Vaishnavas and good preachers. And yeah, it's found it very purifying to read what His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj said. Yeah. So yeah, thank you all for joining. I'm ready to stay on. I mean, it's a little late, but I did. I told Sarup Damodar Prabhu that I'm definitely good till 11:30, but I can also stay on longer, and I'm full of energy, and I'm ready to stay on a little longer. Yeah, and I'm also encouraged seeing so many smiling faces on Zoom. So, yeah. So thank you all for coming, and yeah, I'll stay a little longer, and you all can do whatever you like. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki jai. Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for extending yourself. It's all your mercy. If Devkinandan Prabhu is online, then I would like to call upon Devkinandan Prabhu.
Yeah, he's here. I've been waiting for him.
Okay.
Devakinandan Prabhu. He's there. Yes, Devakinandan Prabhu. If your internet is not strong enough, you can use only the voice and put off the video. Not able to hear you. You are able to see a still picture.
Well, it looks like he's still muted.
Oh,
It shows he's still muted.
yeah, Prabhu, please unmute and then, yeah.
Thank God, finally I got unmuted. Yeah, I am on the farm, and whenever I get call, just Gopaleswar call me, and then it gets stuck. So, Omagyan Timirandas picture of Giriraj Swami or anybody. I am.
Prabhu, your voice is breaking. Maybe you can switch off your video and speak. Switch off your video and then you can speak with only audio on.
Clear?
No,
Is it clear?
no, not at. Yeah, now you can speak. Let us see. Please speak.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, it's okay.
Can you hear?
Yeah, now it's okay. Better.
So, I had very fond memory of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Like, in Juhu, as well as in Mauritius. In Juhu, I was with Maharaj as his assistant for making life member. We used to go together. Also, I was his temple commander and Bhakti director. First time when I I had interaction with Maharaj was, Maharaj, it was 78. I was going to Bihar for something. And those days, room number 8 was the conference hall. Maharaj, you remember?
Yes.
And room number 108 was conference hall. Gopal Krishna Maharaj was one who brought me from Vrindavan. So I went to get some Lakshmi. So Giriraj Swami asked, "Where are you going?" I said, "I am going to Bihar and I'll come back." Somehow we have, crazy dancing those days in Juhu in 70s or 80s. We used to dance very high. Narsi Chaitanya Prabhu, myself, and many other devotees. So Maharaj, just one word, moved me. He said, "Oh, we'll be missing your dancing." And then that day I decided that somehow that I want to do some service for him. I want to do some seva. So when I came back, Puri Das was Maharaj's assistant, but he was sick or something. Then I was given to assist him. So Puri Das, myself, both were assistant. And those were 2 ambassador car, one for Prabhupada, one for Giriraj Swami, and his driver was Raghunandan. So I just will say a little bit about our preaching. I can just say that Maharaj is empowered by Srila Prabhupada and Radharas Vihari. There's no doubt in that. Those days, going to downtown was taking 35 minutes to 45 minutes, not more than that. We always left after lunch, after 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So many a time we have an appointment like 2:30 something, we left 1 o'clock or before that. And then when Maharaj, we reached near Santa Cruz police station, Maharaj said, Prabhu, I have not chanted my Gayatri. So I asked Nandan, let us go back. That was the thing. So he to come back to temple, Maharaj will take bath, chant his Gayatri, as he was saying. It takes long time for him to chant his Gayatri. and then we go. And somehow or other, that person is still waiting. Because people, whoever we met, they loved Maharaj so much. Maharaj has a small silver box and a small spoon. We used to take 4 or 5 sandesh and peda, and we used to go, and Maharaj used to a small one, and he used to give, because those the concept of prasad was a small one. So people and sometimes some people they asked, then we also gave. We met those 3-4 people, because Maharaj was preaching to these people, just not going and making life member or things like that, but he was preaching. So something I learned from Maharaj a lot, that let us spend good time, meet 3-4 people, not more than that, and spend good time. So that was, and then opposite Maharaj office, middle one, Mother Aditya was Maharaj secretary, and we used to have so many special posters. These posters were coming from Los Angeles. Maharaj always gave gift to whoever he met, either a small book, or we had book always in our dicky and in box on the poster. And I also learned from Maharaj how to cultivate big people. Mr. Mota and Maheshwari, whenever they came, we had Mosami juice and orange juice ready. So that was Mother Aditya. And Maharaj and me used to go down, sometime me and Puridas, and bring them up. And Maharaj spent good time with them. Or whoever came to meet Maharaj, he spent really good time. So, and of course, as he said, Parsi Dairy Farm, that was the near Kalwadevi bridge down, still that place is there. And, just only last month, I visited their farm here. It is very near from our farm in Talasari. So then I remember Maharaj, and I told them that now how we to take, kulfi and their lassi. That was the Sridhar Swami. I was also going with Sridhar Swami, and Sridhar Swami was, his place was also near there. That was called Subsagar, but that was like, mango milkshake and those kind of things. But anyway, Maharaj was more austere. So, I learned in my life a lot how to do fundraising from Maharaj and cultivate the donors. So this, and also in book distribution, in marathon time, sometime we used to go like 1 o'clock, come back by 7 o'clock, and then after taking some prasad, the Maharaj said, let us go to Juhu beach. So we used to go Juhu beach late night at 12 o'clock sometime, and we distribute books and came back. Maharaj was very punctual in his sadhana was really first class. He never missed the program, Mangalarti, class or Guru Puja. Even many times he dozed in class because of hard work of whole day, but he was there in class. Even Maharaj also led Mangalarti all the time, did puja. Sometime even he was late, but he will come. Somebody ready to do, Panchdeep, but Maharaj is there. So, okay. Agarbatti, somebody did, Maharaj did that one. So he was very, really there. And then Maharaj in his chanting, he has such a sweet taste in chanting. He used to sit right side Prabhupada, down and chant till 7:15, from 5:15 to 7:15. He used to chant. Maharaj was always very encouraging. This was in 1980 sometime, that in Ghatkopar we got one hospital, Sarvodaya Hospital, Mr. Kantilal. He gave that, and Maharaj made me in charge. Aditya was there, Maharaj, myself, and I had so many new bhaktas. We all went together. There were TB hospital. We cleaned that hospital, Maharaj, myself, everyone cleaned that hospital. I remember one day there was a Tulsi Arti going on, and one devotee, Garuna Prabhu, he was leading Tulsi Arti. He did not know how to lead Tulsi Arti. So I kind of stopped, as bully as I was. So I kind of stopped. I said, okay, I will lead. Then Maharaj later on, he taught me, no, it's not good if somebody is leading. Then you should let him lead. Maybe later on you can tell him. So there was something that I learned from Maharaj, that yes, if somebody doing something, don't stop it. Then as a temple commander, many things I learned from Maharaj, because I know it is too late for Maharaj and you all are also very impatient, but I have so many things, to say. So many things I learned. One thing I learned that, one day I came from Vrindavan or somewhere and I wanted to play Prabhupada tape, during chanting time. And Maharaj came, I said he was sitting right side and chanting, but quietly he came left side where I was standing. And he said, well, Prabhupada did not like we play his tape. Prabhupada wanted us to chant our own round. So that was like, okay, that's one thing that still I remember. Whenever I see somewhere they're playing, then I just remember Maharaj instruction and tell them that, Prabhupada wanted us to, Other instant, I remember that once, the way of Maharaj dancing is such a sweet. Not all the time, not wild, very nicely he will dance very sweetly. And he had danda all the time also. So once there was a Maharaj, Jagat Guru Maharaj, and Jagat Guru Maharaj, if anybody knows, they know he was like Vyasa Muni. So he was leading Mangala Arati. And some devotee were playing Kartal who didn't know how to play Kartal. It was, fast. And Jagat Guru Maharaj stopped the Kirtan and he told that if you don't know, don't play it. And later on, Giriraj Swami told me that we sing, we play all the instruments for the pleasure of Radharasa Vihari and Srila Prabhupada. This is not the place for learning. So please instruct your new bhakta and anybody who wants to play instrument, they must learn first and then they play. So this was other instruction that, I got from him and I keep still. Other thing about firm faith in Srila Prabhupada books. Maharaj was a president, our temple commander. So we used to go in Brahmachari ashram every now and then. Those days Brahmachari ashram are not luxurious. Luxury was one chatai. We slept on chatai. We fold the chatai, keep one corner, and clean mop the room. That was the luxury, whatever we say. And we checked many devotees. What are they reading? We had library those days, and which is account department today. So Patit Pawan Prabhu was the librarian, and he gave only one book at a time. So one book and one notebook, no more than that. But some of the devotees, Narsi Chaitanya Prabhu and few others, we found they had some Gorakhpur book. So we seized those books and we brought the book. So there were other things that, hey, we need to read only Prabhupada books. We had that just like the horse, they have the blinder. So we had a blinder. We can only read Prabhupada books, no other books. And then we also checked from, devotees, what they are doing. There one devotee, Mr. Banerjee, he no more. He had to take snuff. Maharaj, you remember? So he had to take his snuff away from him. That was, other thing. And then Maharaj always took me around on the ground to see the cleanness. He was very punctual and, thing in temple. I mean, those days, all senior devotees, Prabhupada mercy was there. The cleanness is next to godliness. It was written on the door of all the rooms in Brahmachari ashram everywhere. And we used to go around, and Maharaj said, my mother, she puts water on the leaves and apply the oil. If you cannot apply oil, at least put water on the, leaves. So that was very good. And yeah, Harinam. Every Wednesday we used to have Harinam. And Maharaj, wherever we were out for preaching, Maharaj always came for Harinam from, Bhiti to Flora Fountain, or from Flora Fountain to Bhiti. Then even Gundicha Marjan, Maharaj very nicely. I still remember 2 pillars he will take, and he will very nicely clean those pillars, a small, minute way he will do those cleaning. He ate with devotees, slept with devotees, he lived with devotees. We went Harinam together. So those days was like, family type thing, and there not too much formality. Maharaj also after Bhagavatam class many a day, he used to go Juhu beach Juhu area for preaching, Juhu people. And then come around 9:30, 10 o'clock or something. And by that time, prasadam was almost like over. So, I was there. So he said, you go and see if there is, burn, roti there, chapati there. So I used to go, and if there was some burnt chapati, he really loved that burnt chapati, So it should be crispy and burnt chapati. So later on, of course, I kept keeping. So there are many good things that I have learned in my life from His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj. Then about Juhu thing, there are many things, but just time is constant. So Mauritius thing, in 1992, I came to Mauritius. Maharaj was there. I was so excited that I am going to meet him after, 84 till 92, almost like 8 years, And I had, when Maharaj was in India, those days I was not so fat. But when I went to Mauritius, I was really fat. And Mother Aditya has fed him that, he's coming and he has learned so many sloka and so on and so forth. So first thing, we were going somewhere. So Maharaj asked me, Mother Aditya had told me that he said that Aditya said, your Devaki Nandan has learned Shastra very well. So he asked me, what a sloka you have to learn? So I remember telling 2 sloka, Samasrita je padapallavam plavam mahatpadam puni jaso murare bhavam buddhi vas param padam jat viptam natesam, and other one satam prasangam virjasam vido, and other about namaste purusham tvadyam iswaram prakrite para. So for all these 3 for a sloka, Maharaj said at least for 2 that he loved those sloka. And for Queen Kunti prayer, he said this is very dear to Prabhupada. Prabhupada always chanted the Queen Kunti prayer. That was Maharaj said. And then once in Mauritius only, Mahatma Prabhu was there and he was giving class. And as usual, Maharaj was sitting, I was sitting, we were sitting, class got over around 9 o'clock something. And then we started discussing, Maharaj and Mahatma Prabhu, especially Iswara Parama Krishna Sachidananda Vigraha Anadir Adir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam. The word Sarva Karana Karanam. This was the topic of discussion. And it went to 10:30, 11. From 9 to 10:30, 11. Maharaj, you remember? Sarva Karana Karanam. Only this one. One day, because I come from Bihar and Bhojpuri is my language. So one day I was, Mr. Tilak was there, and Maharaj introduced me to Mr. Tilak. And Tilak was such a big man who gave the land in, I think, Bonake or Katrabon? Bonake. Can somebody unmute Maharaj? Maharaj is mute. Hemgiri, can you unmute Maharaj?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Maharaj introduced me to Tilak. Tilak was a big man. And because of Maharaj's introduction, he took me on his Mercedes car to show me around whole Mauritius. And wherever we went, he only talked about Giriraj Swami. Prabhupada and Giriraj Swami. Prabhupada and Giriraj Swami. That's thing he taught me. I was very happy. So one gentleman, I forgot his name, he used to work for Mauritius TV. And he was Giriraj Swami follower. So he asked me to come on the TV for speaking in Hindi and Bhojpuri. So I was very happy. And that day happened to Ekasi. So we are to Niyamagarai, we never said anything on Ekasi or anything. So Maharaj said, but you are going on TV station, but if you save. I said, but Maharaj, to Ekasi. He said, so what? You are going for preaching. preaching is more important. And from that day, on a Kasi, I also saved. Many devotees don't say, but I saved, following Maharaja's instruction. So that was some of the things that I remember in Mauritius. And then, of course, we met in America and other places. And when Maharaj came, of course, you all may be knowing that Maharaj was banned come to India. So sometime it was 90s that we had IBMPC, ISKCON, Mumbai Management Council, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj was GBC. And he instructed me that by hook and crook, we had to get Giriraj Swami back to India. So Mahamantra Prabhu and myself, we had a team. And by Krishna's mercy, it was successful to get Maharaj back to India. That was some service that we did. And then many of Maharaj's donor still, I mean, of course, many are not anymore there, but yes, I was given to cultivate and I was cultivating, and they still remember Maharaj till they die. So Maharaj has left a very good, chap, kya bolenge chap ko, mark on everybody's heart of his, sweet, sweet behavior and talk and things like that. And looking forward for Maharaj to come back to India. Here I am at Talasari, and we have beautiful cows, and we grow everything here. We hardly buy things. We grow everything here, and we are getting a room ready for you. So you can come and write your books here and stay. And that's a very good. I will also talk a little bit about Giriraj Swami, because I also worked with Giriraj Swami. As Gopal Krishna Maharaj said, Giriraj Swami was a jolly Swami. Once in Brahmachari ashram, on the second floor, Giriraj Swami stayed on the first floor. So not to disturb him, we were staying on second floor. So there was a big room. So the Giriraj Swami said, Prabhupada said, Vaishnava sports is swimming and wrestling. So we made a wrestling arena in one of the rooms. And Giriraj Swami, Vedavyas, myself, Garuna, Dhanvantari Prabhu, Parikshit, many devotees were there, and we used to do wrestling there. And after temple cleaning every day almost, we used to go Juhu beach for swimming. Those days Juhu beach was very clean, so we used to go for swimming. So that was Giriraj Swami, very jolly. I was a little afraid of Giriraj Maharaj, but not Giriraj Swami. We were like kind of buddy. We ate together, slept together. And then we started Food for Life sometime in 1982. That Giriraj Swami, we had Matador. And we came to one village, Duchandra, which is, in Bombay. And we did book distribution, estate preaching, and halwa distribution. And then second time we went somewhere near Ghat ke upar, it was a very poor area. Giriraj Swami also came. We all went together, and that was very good. And Giriraj Swami was very open. Whatever he wanted to say, he would say. If somebody doesn't listen, we can also slap them, no problem. So we need to settle our score then and there, not on internet or email or anything. We fought each other, but we said one chakra turbehta, embrace each other, go on, move on. That was the life, and that was very sweet life. Kevala Ananda Kanda. Harinam, chanting, dancing, book distribution, prasad distribution. All glory to His Holiness Giriraj Swami, His Holiness Giriraj, old devotee, who has really helped us to grow in Krishna consciousness. And whatever we are today is by their mercy. What can I say? Yeah, I have more to say, but I know it is like almost 1:45 for Maharaj or 1 o'clock, so I will stop here. Please forgive me. Maybe I am coming on 31st to USA. Somewhere we'll try to catch it, meet it. Not West Coast, but East Coast up to Dallas and Houston.
Wait, what did you say about Dallas and Houston? Devakinandan Prabhu? Anyway, he mentioned about Prabhupada's japa tape. And I do want to clarify something about that. It's true, Srila Prabhupada went into the temple room in Dallas and he heard the devotees had his japa tape playing. And he said, you know, why are you playing my japa tape? You should be listening to your japa, not mine. But I wouldn't say that it's forbidden to play his japa tape. What I suggest is that it can be played softly, because when we chant japa in the temple room, many devotees are chanting japa, but we're focusing on our own japa. So that level, that volume, like the other devotees chanting japa, we can play Prabhupada's japa tape, as you know. But yes, he did say that you should be listening to your japa, not mine. Yeah.
Can I put video on now at least?
Yeah.
Devakinandan Prabhu, Maharaj was asking, when are you going to Houston? Please, you heard that?
He mentioned something about Dallas and Houston.
Yeah, towards the end of September, Maharaj.
Okay. I guess it depends how late, because I'm going to be in Texas from September 1st to September 20th. And September 17th is my Vyasa-puja in Houston. And September 18th, I'm giving some initiations in Houston. So, yeah, it'd be great to meet you in Texas, in Houston.
No,
if you're there early enough, I'll be in Dallas from October 1st to 11th, and then 11th to 20th in Houston. But if it doesn't work out, we'll meet in India.
Yeah. Okay, Maharaj. Thank you.
Okay. Hare Krishna. I'll go to your service.
Thank you so much, Dekanto. Now I would like to call upon Brijmohan Sethi. Brijmohan Prabhu has been also a very instrumental person during the early days of establishing the Hare Krishna land, and he has a lot of memories which we would like him to share with us. It's a humble request to all the speakers henceforward that kindly, maybe maximum you can speak for 7 minutes, because otherwise it's getting late for Guru Maharaj also. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Well, first of all, I thank my parents, because for them, today I stand before you. And our family is really indebted to the ISKCON, because if you see, my father had a second life, which was given by Srila Prabhupada when all the doctors of Mumbai had said that you cannot live more than a month or so. At that time, my father received the blessings of Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, and later on, he became all right. And then he looked after the construction in Hare Krishna land. My father had a very good association with His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj. Lot of time there were hot discussions between my father and Maharaj ji. In one of the instances that I remember was that there was a hot discussion and my father scolded Maharaj ji, "You do not know anything about construction. I know what construction is. So you let me do what I want to do." After a few minutes, when my father was sitting in the car, Maharaj ji quietly came near the car and said, "Mr. Sethi, you are just like my father, and a father has got a right to scold his son." Am I right, Maharaj ji?
Yes. Yes.
And I was so fortunate to go to USA, and I was on a trip, I meant to say, with some of my family members going to San Francisco. En route, we stopped in LA. We were in a hotel, and I asked the hotel manager, "Is there any ISKCON temple nearby?" He said, "It's just 5 minutes from here." So we all of us prepared for it. It was almost 7:30 in the evening. We reached ISKCON, and we were so fortunate to have Maharaj ji there in that LA temple. And then Maharaj ji told me, "Do you remember Madhu Visa?" I said, "Yes." He used to do Nagar Sankirtan in Goregaon because Prabhupada ji had instructed him to go for Nagar Sankirtan in Goregaon and other areas. And I think every Sunday we used to have that Nagar Sankirtan.
Yeah.
And then I was introduced there with Madhu Visa once again. And I mean to say, it was sort of a reunion, you can say. After a very long time, I met him. And then we all had prasad together. And, Maharaj ji was so humble, so nice. He didn't have prasad till we had. We really appreciated Maharaj ji. And that memory will always be cherished in our hearts. We cannot forget that. And then he told me, "Brij Mohan, why don't you come tomorrow morning? I would like to speak about your father's association with ISKCON or Prabhupada ji. You do come tomorrow morning." So next morning I reached LA Temple, morning, 7 o'clock. After Guru Puja and all that, Maharaj ji, all of a sudden, he told me, "You stand near Prabhupada ji, and now you'll have to speak about your father's relation with Prabhupada, his association with Prabhupada." I was taken aback. I do not know what to speak and what not to speak. Somehow, I spoke for a little while. Of course, their accent was different. I could not have that accent because all English people, so the Americans were there. And I was a little bit nervous also what to speak and what not to speak. But somehow at the end of the short speech that I had given, Maharaj complimented me. He told me, Brijmohan, you spoke so well. I want you to carry on this legacy of glorifying Prabhupada wherever you go. And that is what I am trying to do. Maharaji, with your blessings.
Wonderful. Yes, please do.
Yeah. I have lots of, I mean to say, I used to accompany my father in this Hare Krishna land time and again. And those days were very hard days when we had seen the devotees suffering. We used to see, they used to get jaundice. They used to stay in chatai huts, bitten by goose. Such big goose were there in this Hare Krishna land. They were bitten by that. Lots of problems were there. Not good food to eat, not good water, nothing was there. But still, really, when we think of those old days, we should not forget the sacrifice those devotees has done for this Hare Krishna land. And today we can see such a palace of Radha Ras Bihari Ji in this Hare Krishna land. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj. Really, we had seen those sacrifices. I mean to say, it is easy to talk, but when it comes practically, you cannot think of it. In the morning, when devotees used to sleep at night, in the morning, we used to see them bleeding because they were bitten by goose. And then
Rats,
yes. So the big rats are goose.
Yeah, the Bombay rats, they're huge. They're like cats.
Yes. So those were the days. And then there was, as said, they were staying in chatai huts. But then there were few rented buildings. By the side, about 5 to 6 buildings were there, rented. So my father, with the permission of Guru Maharaj, thought of having a floor on each building for the devotees. And after it was constructed, Maharaj Ji and Prabhupada Ji, they all, I mean to say, including my father, they went to see, have an inspection of what was constructed. And then when Prabhupada saw the floor which was constructed for the devotees on each building, then Prabhupada said, Mr. Sethi, you have constructed house for the devotees here. Your house is being constructed in Golok Dham.
Yeah.
And that was also possible. Time and again, there was a lot of cooperation from His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj. Because lots of problems were there. So that is one part. And let me tell you, lots and lots of problems were there, which I think His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj handled that during that time in a perfect way, the way it should have been handled. Problem from the local corporator, problem from goons here, problems from the owner of this land, Mr. Nair. A small temple was there. That was also demolished. That was built in overnight. Now I come to Sridhar Swami, His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. You know, when that small temple was demolished, and it has to be built overnight, because we had got the information that they will approach the court and get a stay from there. So my father instructed me to get the raw materials that was needed to rebuild that small temple. We got the materials. We started the work. And Indra Devta was so kind. It showered like cats and dogs throughout the night. It was heavily pouring. It had become difficult to carry on the work, but somehow or the other we carried out the work. At that time, Sridhar Maharaj was also there throughout the night. And he was sitting in a jeep. I went close to him. I said, Sridhar Swamiji, I mean to say, why you are sitting in the jeep? We are sitting outside. Why you are sitting in the jeep? And that also on the steering. He said, jokingly, as he is known as Jolly Swami, he said, see, if the goons come, I have the steering in my hand and my leg is on the accelerator, I will run away from here. So that I can escape from here. But that was just a jovial thing. He was doing japa throughout the night. That japa and the workmanship that was carried during that night enabled us to complete the work in the morning by 4 o'clock. And, you know, in between, my father had instructed me to get a revolver and a gun so that if the goons come, we could face them, we could challenge them. So that is how, and there was an instance when some of them had come and my father shouted at them, if you want to come and demolish the temple again, you will have to go across my dead body. And I know I have got gun and a revolver, I can face you people. So that night the temple was completed and we had a Mangal Arti there in the morning, 4:30. Srila Prabhupada ki, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj ki. So there are lots of instances, detail is given in the book written by His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj, I will build you a temple. The details are there. I think if all of you have not gone through that book, you should go through that book. You will come to know what Hare Krishna land was and what it is now. Once it so happened, I went to Sridhar Maharaj's room. And what I saw, I just opened the door and I saw that there was a rod in between the door inside. A rod was fixed, and with the help of that rod, he was hanging upside down. I said, Maharaj, what is this? He said, look, I have got a back problem, and this is a sort of attraction to the body. Therefore, I am lying in this position. So he told me, Brijmohan, you also have got a back problem. I said, yes, but not much, little. Okay, I'll help you. You also do the same thing as what I am doing. So I did the same thing. I had some money in my pocket. When I did upside down, the money fell down. And he said, see, ISKCON people know how to take out the money. Our family had lots and lots of association with both the Maharajas. I mean to say, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj, His Holiness Sridhar Swami, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Swami, and many other disciples of Prabhupada. We used to have a feast at my daddy's place. And once in the feast, it so happened, Sridhar Swami was also there and many other disciples were there. And I was serving in a steel pot custard to everybody. And Sridhar Swami was sitting there and he told me, Brijmohan, come here. What is this? I said, Maharaj, custard. Okay, leave this here only. Maharaj, I have to serve others also. No, this is sufficient for me. If I need more, I will tell you. So I left the pot with him and he enjoyed that custard so much. So that's all. There is a time constraint. I could have told you many more things, but being of time constraint, Maharaj Ji is also late. I know in USA it must be night time, 1 o'clock, 1:30.
Yeah, it's 20 to 1. 20 to 1.
So we really appreciate, I mean to say, we are so thankful to you for being with us till late night. Really, we thank you so much. And we are enjoying your Vyasa-puja here in Mumbai, in Hare Krishna land. Srila Prabhupada ki, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj ki, His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So now I will like to call upon Vishwarup Prabhu. Vishwarup Prabhu has been very instrumental in establishing the Bhaktivedanta Hospice at Vrindavan. So without taking time, Vishwarup Prabhu, at least for 5 minutes. Vishwarup Prabhu, are you online?
I see him. Yeah, he's there.
Hare
Boliye.
Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Giriraj Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet.
Hi.
And I'm extremely grateful to my Guru Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada to have given me your precious holy divine association in my life. Your being in my life is a blessing on me, great blessing on me. And for your happiness, I'll tell you today is the 12th anniversary of the inauguration of Bhaktivedanta Hospice in Vrindavan. Today happens to be
Wow.
26th August 2010. And I have extremely fond memories of working with you. And I've seen you working from early morning. We used to meet at 6:30 a.m. till 11:30, 12 midnight. And full day, you only traveled from your accommodation to the site of Bhaktivedanta Hospice. You did not go anywhere. And after you went at 12 o'clock, I would receive mails at 1:30 a.m., 2:30 a.m., and 3:30 a.m. And I used to ask you, Maharaj, when are you sleeping? Are you sleeping or not sleeping? So that kind of dedication, I could feel that the way you dedicated your time, life, energy, desire, everything in service to Prabhupada. We have read it earlier, we have heard it earlier, but I could feel and see personally. And I was so fortunate to work with you. And in Bombay, you gave us time. Then in Vrindavan, all the time I was with you. And we designed the invitation card. We designed the every single details. And what I could learn from you, you are so particular about each and everything. Not to leave anything 80% to 90%. It has to be 101% perfect. Then only you would accept it. So I've learned so many things from you in that process of starting the hospice Bhaktivedanta. And I'm very grateful for that, because somehow my nature also matches with you. Your nature also matches with me. I don't leave things, 90% to 95%. So I was so happy to work with you. And then apart from the Bhaktivedanta Hospice, the time which we spent with you, we discussed about the dramas in Mumbai, Chowpatty Temple. And I remember when, after all that inauguration festival, we spent about 2 weeks there, more than 2 weeks. And we were discussing about dramas. And actually, when we were in the car to go to the airport, I was walking with the car, slow car, moving car, still about the drama, Mumbai festival dramas. So, I mean, what I could see that when you were so meticulous in work, so dedicated in work, you did not lose the personal touch. You are so intimate and so personal, living the philosophy of Prabhupada Ji live in your life. And I cannot forget my visit in Carpinteria that we did while we were studying palliative care hospice in San Diego. And the kind of warm embrace that you gave when we arrived in your divine home. It was a holy place. I could feel, because I go to Vrindavan so often, when I entered your area, I felt I'm entering in a holy divine place. That is my deep experience and my impression in the heart of your house. And when you embraced us, all your disciples came running to take pictures. And so I was wondering, what is so special about it? So you said that those you serve Bhaktivedanta Hospice, this is a special gift for them. And it was like I could feel it very special. And you spent 30 minutes standing in front of the ladies in the kitchen explaining what to cook for us. And the kind of reception and the kind of honor and hospitality that we received in your house. Maharaj, of course, and we don't deserve, first of all, but we cannot forget your love and kindness. I thank Prabhupada millions upon times that he has introduced you to me in person and enriched my life. And I only wish to serve you sincerely. And I long, when I see you in this chair, in this whatever we are sitting, I long to be there. I have been there where you are. So I very long to see you there. And amazing, your association, your book, your service to Prabhupada. You are an amazing personality, Maharaj. You are extremely amazing personality. And we can see Prabhupada's choicest blessings running through you in your person. And it's such a joy, because we were not fortunate to see Prabhupada, but we have seen most of Prabhupada through you. That we can say with full confidence. And I thank you millions of times to have accepted me in your association, and I look forward to be in your association Every year I ask you, when are you coming? I hope this year you come and we will meet in Vrindavan or we will meet in Mumbai also. And you come to Bhaktivedanta Hospital. We have started a new building, amazing 9-storied new building, and you will be very happy to see that in a highly specialized services. So we have lot to exchange. We have to hear from you, and we have to show you something also. Anyway, time is of essence. You are already 12:50 midnight AM, and that is your nature. I don't know how you manage yourself. You have heart ailment, and you I don't know how much you sleep and how you manage and keep smiling and give energy and make everybody vibrant. So I really thank you, Maharaj, and we wish to see you very soon at your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki jai. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very enlivening and enlightening. And yeah, I look forward to meeting you in Vrindavan and in Mumbai, and see the developments at the hospital also.
Maharaj, I also want to tell you, every single morning I pray for you. I spend few minutes in praying for you. Every single day, without fail. Now put in holy places also.
Yeah, I know about the holy places. Yeah. Oh, thank you. It means a lot to me.
Thank you, Vishnu Prabhu, to share those experiences. And now we would like to call upon His Holiness Ananta Krishna Das Goswami Maharaj. Maharaj has also been quite a long time in our Hare Krishna land as a temple commander earlier and has inspired many devotees here. So we'd like to welcome him, that he can come and pay his homages.
Hare Krishna. Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki, His Holiness Siddhar Swami Maharaj ki jai. So we are very fortunate, we are celebrating the appearance day of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and also Siddhar Swami Maharaj. We heard many things about Giriraj Swami Maharaj. He is personally received the spiritual knowledge of Srila Prabhupada, like Rup and Sanatan Goswami personally received the knowledge of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I heard many things. Giriraj Swami Maharaj, A to Z, he instructed by Srila Prabhupada. Whatever in Hare Krishna land you are seeing, this is appearing in front of us in the instruction of Srila Prabhupada coming through Giriraj Swami Maharaj. And present also, Brajhari Prabhu, everything he is taking the vision of Srila Prabhupada through Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Many years back, I heard from Brajhari Prabhu, we exit eastern side, like a new book stall and bakery. So eastern gate was open, that gate color was red. After few days, that color was black. So I asked Brajhari Prabhu, before gate color was red. So Brajhari Prabhu, no, we discussed with Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Giriraj Swami Maharaj told me, no, gate color should be black. So present also, Giriraj Swami Maharaj is instructing how to develop Hare Krishna land, world class preaching centers. Giriraj Swami Maharaj is very high aristocrat family. His father was very rich. I heard just recent from the Divaksh Prabhu, his father was barrister and very rich. When he joined, he sacrificed the life in the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. His father came in Hare Krishna land and asked, you back my son, whatever money you can take, I will give you open check. You take, but you can return my son. Then Prabhupada told, I didn't kidnap your son. I not kidnap your son. If he like, he can take. Why you are like saying like this? So Giriraj Swami Maharaj, very great personality and very dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, whatever he can deliver all things to Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Giriraj Swami Maharaj instruction we can see in Hare Krishna, and whatever we are seeing, this the instruction came through Giriraj Swami Maharaj. And Sridhar Swami Maharaj also is a great personality. He did many things like a Bhishma department, food for life, and Makar Sankranti Prasad distribution. Sridhar Swami Maharaj opened. First he opened 11,000 Prasad plates distribution on the occasion of Makar Sankranti day. Still that work is very nicely going on by the mercy of Brajari Prabhu. We are distributing on the occasion of Makar Sankranti above more than 2 lakhs plates. No. 1,11,000. So Sridhar Swami Maharaj and Giriraj Swami Maharaj, this is sound. Both
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hey, connection नहीं गया क्या? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Seems all right.
Hare Krishna. The sound is not coming in the hall, Maharaj. Just we are fixing it up.
Oh.
Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
उसमें भी नहीं आता
क्या स्पीकर में नहीं है? स्पीकर देखो. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. इधर हो गया क्या कुछ? नहीं उधर. इधर देखो बराबर.
अब 2 मिनट में खत्म करता हूँ.
काला चरण.
और sound.
I mean, I can hear him.
Hare Krishna. No working. Hare Krishna. Some problems. Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, it looks like you may have to address us.
Okay.
So the mic is playing like that. So you maybe you would like to. Okay. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. We are very fortunate. Giriraj Swami Maharaj and Sridhar Swami Maharaj both are did very great austerity in the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and Hare Krishna land. Giriraj Swami Maharaj and Sridhar Swami Maharaj. Sridhar Maharaj was very technical. He is a computer man. He opened Bhakti Vedanta Bhishma department, Food for Life, fundraising department. Many things he did. He trained how to collect fund. One day, Giriraj Swami Maharaj given lecture for life member preachers. I was also there. So Maharaj instructed so many things. How you can cultivate members. We don't ask for money. We just cultivate and invite for Sunday and other festivals. They automatically they can give money. So Maharaj also instructed many things for life member preachers. I also participated many years back. So thank you, Maharaj. You bless me, then I can improve my spiritual life. And please come. I heard in Surat, Radhacharan Prabhu. Radhacharan Prabhu, recently I went in Surat, so he told me, Maharaj coming very soon, the month of October. I was very glad to hear that time. So you come, welcome for you in Hare Krishna land. Thank you. Hare Krishna Maharaj Ji.
Hare Krishna. Okay. So, my dear devotees, it is 1 a.m. here. I have relished every moment of your association, but I think I need to move along. But yes, thank you so much. And I would like to conclude. I mean, you carry on, but I would like to conclude by offering Vaishnava Pranam. Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are just like desired trees who can fulfill the desires of everyone and are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Panchakalpatrubhyascha
Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Anantakoti Vaishnavrinda ki jai.
Jai.
His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Jai. Shri Shri Radha Rasa Bihari ki jai.
Jai.
Yeah, I always keep their picture in front of me. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah.
Jai.
Okay. Hare Krishna Maharaj. Thank you very much for this auspicious program. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
We are very, very thankful to you for participating today's auspicious program of your Vyasa-puja. Generally, we do Vyasa-puja here like this, but this year, first time we are doing in your presence. It is very nice. Very, very, we are very thankful to you. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Thank you. Thank you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your service.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, we'll conclude the ceremony by cake cutting. Two minutes.
We are going to conclude the program with concluding remarks and offering from His Grace, Braja Hari Prabhu. Prasadam is available for everybody. Please don't rush there. Please get the blessings of His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj and Sridhar Maharaj. We will have Pushpanjali, Guru Puja. After that, Prasadam will be distributed.
Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnana Salakaya Chakshurunmitam Mena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namah. So, in 1984, when I joined ISKCON, that time Giriraj Swami, he left India, and many foreign devotees are here, and many other devotees, they are glorifying Giriraj Swami, because Giriraj Maharaj is very strict and disciplined person, and during his leadership, right from 1972, more than a decade, he was the temple president of ISKCON Juhu, and he followed Srila Prabhupada's instruction very, very meticulously. Giriraj Maharaj wrote in his book that how they struggle to get the land, Hare Krishna land, and then how to get the struggle to get the permission from municipality, and last struggle to how to finish the construction. So Giriraj Maharaj very much side by side with Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada wherever, all over the world, wherever he was there, he was always thinking how to do service to Sri Sri Radha Rasvihari. But Giriraj Maharaj is the instrument for doing the service, to finish the construction, and Prabhupada very much wanted to see the opening, inauguration program of Sri Sri Radha Rasvihari. In his last days in Bombay, he was looking at the photograph of Sri Sri Radha Rasvihari and he was crying. So he wants to see the inauguration, but due to his bad health he left. But just after 2 months, 1977, 14th November, Prabhupada left the body. But just right after 2 months, 14th January, the inauguration, Makar Sankranti day, the inauguration of Sri Sri Radha Rasvihari temple happened. So I'll just tell one or two things, because many things we have to tell, but I can remember when Giriraj Maharaj came here after he left for America, then towards end of 90 or 91, beginning of 91, he came back to India. So Mahamantra Prabhu, he was the instrument of bringing Giriraj Swami back to India, because Tamal Krishna Maharaj told that if you bring Giriraj Swami back to India, this lifetime will go back to Godhead. So, and to fulfill his promise, and he just went and sat in Delhi in home department for 1 month and got the order, and Giriraj Maharaj finally came to Bombay. So while Giriraj, I narrated every year so many things, but due to loss of time, I'll tell only one incident. So towards 2007, one Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj from Australia, he came to visit our temple. So he said, he told me that, Brajari, this temple is very nice. Only you are lacking, there is no Giriraj here, Giriraj Sila. Actually, about 1 year before, prior to that, I asked Anand Krishna Maharaj, that time he was Asim Krishna Prabhu, to just get Giriraj Sila from Govardhan. So he went to that Bhaktivedanta ashram and he got the Sila and came to Vrindavan. Then Devakinanda Prabhu told, no, Prabhupada instruction is there, you cannot have Giriraj Sila here. So then I was forced to tell him that go and just give back to Govardhan, Bhaktivedanta ashram. So that's what he did. But after 1 year, this Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj came and he told that you must have this. I said, I cannot do. If you want, you write to all our GBC members like Giriraj Swami, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Radhanath Maharaj, and Devakinandan Prabhu and Bhima Prabhu. So he said, okay. He wrote a mail to all of them. And I thought that everybody will refuse. But first, Giriraj Swami, he gave his consent. He said that immediately we should do this. And after Giriraj Swami said yes, okay, then Gopal Krishna Maharaj and Bhima Prabhu, But Devakinandan Prabhu, he was very stubborn. But still, because it is majority, we went to Radha Kund, Sabatula Prabhu, myself and Vishnunath, we went to Radha Kund and got that time my health was not good, I was not able to walk. So we took a Hath Gadi from Radha Kund to take Govardhan Parikrama with the Govardhan Sila. And Vaishnava Maharaj also came. So we chanted from, I was sitting in the Hath Gadi with the Sila. But then after we crossed Radha Kund, so I thought everybody are walking and they are singing, let me try for walk. So I got down from the cart, Hath Gadi, and I started walking. And you won't believe, by Giriraj mercy and Vaishnava mercy, I did the whole parikrama till I finished in Radha Kund. So like that, Maharaj is very merciful, and many stories I don't want to narrate now because short of time. Regarding Sridhar Maharaj, I did some offense to the lotus feet of Sridhar Maharaj. In 1990, the IBMC, ISKCON Bombay Management Committee, that time Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Murijan Prabhu, Sridhar Maharaj, and Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Devakinandan Prabhu, Bhima Prabhu, Rasraj Prabhu, and many others who are the members of the council. So they decided that all the householders, those are staying in Hare Krishna land, they should just live, and they wanted to give a notice, within 1 month they have to vacate. So Rasraj Prabhu was president, so he called a Istogosti to announce that all the grahasthas, householder of Hare Krishna land, they have to live within a month. That is decided, and Prabhupada also wanted that no grahastha can stay in Hare Krishna land except brahmachari and sannyasis. So they want to implement it. And when Rasraj Prabhu announced, because many members, those who are in the committee, householder, they were telling me that actually we should object, where we'll go. So I told in the Prasadamal, I told Rasraj Prabhu, these people, these grahasthas, last 10-15 years they have been doing service here. Where they will go? It is not America that they will go and take a job, and it is not a good decision. And Rasraj Prabhu very angry, and he told me, he just left Istogosti, and same night he went to meet Giriraj Swami in South Africa. So I was very much afraid. I thought that they will remove him from ISKCON. So just after 2 days, I was hiding. I was not coming in front of Sridhar Maharaj. So Sridhar Maharaj saw me in Bhakti Kalakshetra Surdas Prabhu's near office, and he chastised me very heavily. I said, what do you think yourself? What do you think you are a very great man? You can, whatever you decide, you can break it. So I said, please forgive me, Maharaj. Whatever punishment you give, I will accept. So that is my first interaction with Sridhar Maharaj. Although many small things happen, but Sridhar Maharaj did so. When he was temple president, he called us to become vice president. 6 vice presidents were there. I was one of them, serving under him. And after that, he got sick, and he came to Mira Road. He was staying in Haridas Prabhu's house, and after Haridas Prabhu's house, one day I invited him. That time we vacated some tenants. I said that I requested Maharaj, please just come back to Hare Krishna land, because some mistakes we committed. I thought that I should make him happy. I should just somehow rather please him. So I went to Haridas Prabhu's house. He fed us, very nice prasadam. He himself served, and I requested him to come back, and he came back. And as you know, he was doing Narsinga Puja, Narsinga Sila, and Surdas Prabhu. One time, Maharaj arranged one program for Abhishek of Narsingh Bhagavan and all Sila. So I was also worshipping Lakshmi Narsingha and Sila, Ugra Narsingha. So, and Surdas Prabhu brought his Lakshmi Narsingha and Maharaj. Together we did in tenants where he was staying. And it was a very, very nice program. And Maharaj, of course, he was staying he was staying before. When he was president, he was staying in our ashram, Brahmachari ashram, in a very small room, very humble room. He used to go to bathroom along with the common bathroom where the brahmachari, small time devotees, they were there. Maharaj used to come there and take bath. And like that, he was a very nice person. But when he got sick, he just went to from here to Canada for transplant of his liver. So I remember Radhakrishna Prabhu and myself, we went to his room. That day he gave some initiation, and we are talking to him, and he's very emotional, and Radhakrishna Prabhu was crying like anything. And then he left that day. And when he went to Canada, he thought that there will be a transplant, but because his liver was completely affected with cancer, so it was completely dry, so they couldn't able to do. Then Maharaj came back to India. So I got a call from Mayapur, from London, that Maharaj wanted you to come to Mayapur. So I thought I would come to airport to greet him, but then that time Gopal Maharaj gave me some service. For that I couldn't able to go. But later on, I went to Mayapur. So Maharaj has three things, three desire. He want to see the opening up that Panchatattva ceremony there. So Maharaj himself did the artik, although he was not able to do. Jayapada Maharaj hold him, so he did the artik. And after artik, we came together to his room, first floor. I think he was staying in first floor. I was just staying the next to him. So he told me that now it is summer now. Summer is coming, and there will be very hot, and nobody will be here. That time I will die here. I will die in Mayapur. So Maharaj actually wanted to see the festival, Mayapur festival, Panchatattva, Abhishek, and he wants to leave his body in Mayapur. So Maharaj told me that. Then I told Maharaj that please come back to Bombay. You will not go very soon. But Maharaj said, no, I will leave. So later on, he was there, and the day he left his body, Mayapur Prabhu called me from Mayapur. He said that Maharaj, he must have left his body, but we don't know. We are calling the physician. They will check and let you know. That time it was Mangalarati going on. So then after 5 minutes we came to know that he left his body, and we announced, and we did kirtan immediately in front of Narsingh Dev. And same morning we just Bhaktichar Maharaj, myself and Haridas Prabhu went to Mayapur and participate his that ceremony of his samadhi. So Sridhar Maharaj, he has done so much service for Prabhupada and for Hare Krishna land. So like Bhima Prabhu told, actually we have a small memory in first floor. I see my office is nearby, so I see many foreigners Many people, they just come and see the glories of His Holiness Sridhar Maharaj. So on this auspicious occasion, so I am praying both the personality who have completely dedicated their life for Srila Prabhupada and for Sri Sri Radha Rasbihari. So I beg their mercy to me and all the devotees so that we can progress in our spiritual life. Hare Krishna. Srila Sridhar Maharaj ki, Srila Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Very important announcement. Prasadam is going to be served after cutting the cakes, Pushpanjali and Guru Puja. Hare Krishna. So I request His Grace Dadibakshi Prabhu, please come forward. His Holiness Ananta Krishnadas Swami Maharaj, Surdas Prabhu, Brajari Prabhu, Brajmogan Shetty ji, please come and cut the cake and offer. They are hungry now. Maharajas are hungry. As you are hungry. Little bit austerity. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj stayed with us up to 1 a.m. his time, past midnight. So he has done so much austerity, little bit austerity for the pleasure of the Maharajas. Please come forward. Maharaj, Dadibaksha Prabhu, please cut the cake and offer to His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj and His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. Hey. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki, श्रीला प्रभुपाद की. छोटा पीस काट के दीजिए, खिलाइए थोड़ा सा. छोटा पीस काट के. खिला महाराज को खिला.
हरि ओम सहना भवतु सहनो भुनस्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै मा विषा ओम शांति शांति शांति. मंगलम भगवान विष्णु मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष मंगलाय तनो हरे. गिरिराज महाराज आविर्भाव तिथि महोत्सव की जय. गिरिराज महाराज व्यास पूजा की जय. Sridhar Maharaj Vyas Puja celebration ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Now we are going to have Pushpanjali. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Saksho Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Khadamayam Dadadi Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Sri Guru Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanvitamscha Namavo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती इति नामिने श्री वार्षभानवि देवी दयिताय कृपाब्दये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्ज्वला प्रेमाद्य श्री रूपानुगा भक्तिदा श्री गौर करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगा विरुद्ध अपसिद्धांत द्वांतहारिणे नमो गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलंबरसाम्बोधे पादाम्बुजायते नमः नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंदनामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगवरायते गौराविर्भाव भूमेस्त्वं निर्देष्टा सज्जन प्रिय वैष्णव सर्वभामा श्री जगन्नाथायते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्विषे नमः पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांता राधा कांत नमस्तुते जयतां सुरतौ पंगो मम मंदमतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्वपादाम्बुजौ राधा मदन मोहनो दिव्यद्वृन्दारण्य कल्पद्रुमादः श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थो श्रीमद्राधा श्रीलगोविन्ददेवो प्रस्तालिभिः सेव्यमानस्मरामि श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशिवटत्तटस्थितः कर्षन् वेणुस्वनैर्गोपी गोपीनाथ श्रियेस्तु नः तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So we will be reciting the pranam mantra of His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj first, and then of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. We will be reciting the pranam mantra once, and we will be offering 3 times the flower petals. And then Giriraj Maharaj offer pranam mantra once, 3 times flower petals. Please keep your flower petals for 6 offerings only. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Sridhar Swami Iti Namine Yesha Pushpanjali Yesha Pushpanjali Yesha Pushpanjali. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki, His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj Vyasa-puja Maha Mahotsav ki. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Giriraj Swami Iti Namine Yesha Pushpanjali Yesha Pushpanjali Yesha Pushpanjali. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj Vyasa-puja Maha Mahotsav ki. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Hare Krishna. Sansar Dama Nalalita Guru Puja Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Vando Mui Savadana Mate Vando Mui Savadana Mate Gahar prasade bhai he bhavatariya jai. Stage khali kijiye, stage khali kijiye. Krishna prapti hoye jaha hoye te. Krishna prapti Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya. Stage khali kijiye, stage khali kijiye. Hare Krishna. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya. हारना करी हो माने आशा श्री गुरु चराने रति ऐसे उत्तम गति
गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति
ये प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिलो जय जल में प्रभु से
चक्षुदान दिलो ये जन्म प्रभु से
चक्षुदान दिलो जय जल में प्रभु से
दिलो
दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित
दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित
दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित
दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित
प्रेम भक्ति जावते अविद्या विनाशयते प्रेम भक्ति जावते अविद्या विनाशयते वेदेगा जहाँ रचरित वेदेगा जहाँ रचरित श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु
गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु
श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु लोकना लोकर जीवाना
लोकेर जीवाना
लोकना लोकर जीवाना प्रभु करो दया से हमारे पगा जया प्रभु करो दया से हमारे पगा जया वेदगा सुसूत्र भुवाना वेदगा सुसूत्र भुवाना वेदगा सुसूत्र भुवाना जय गिरिराज स्वामी जय गिरिराज स्वामी गिरिराज स्वामी जय गिरिराज स्वामी जय श्रीधर स्वामी जय श्रीधर स्वामी श्रीधर स्वामी जय श्रीधर स्वामी जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद प्रिय द्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Jayo Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Jaya Giriraj Maharaj, Jaya. Jaya Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Jaya Giriraj Maharaj. Jaya Giriraj Swami, Jaya Giriraj Swami, Giriraj Swami, Jaya Giriraj Swami. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki, Siddha Swami Maharaj ki jai. Jai Vishnupada Brahmansa Priyucharya Ashtadusva Bhai Charnavinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki, Namacharya Haridas Thakur ki. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्तविंद की, गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम को राधा कुंड गिरि गोधन की, वृंदावन धाम की, श्री श्री राधा राजबे ललिता विशाखा जी की, गौर निताय की, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, इस होलीनेस गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज की, इस होलीनेस सिद्ध स्वामी महाराज व्यास पूजा महामहोत्सव की। निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे, हरि हरि बोल। हरे कृष्णा। सभी के लिए प्रसाद अरेंजमेंट किया गया है, सभी लोग लाइन से लेके प्रसाद ले लेंगे और प्रसाद खाने के बाद आराम कीजिए। हरे कृष्णा।
आप भी आराम कीजिए।